Hi, Blanca. You just do. Thank you. I don't realize how loud it is until you turn it off. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, August 15, 2023, and the time is 5 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Councilmember Harriman.
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, there being no request to speak, the chair closes the public comment period. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. D. Bortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 3 items this evening. They are all conference to legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And in connection with each of these, the case name is unspecified, given that we are in settlement negotiations and disclosure could jeopardize those negotiations. To the extent there is reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the 5 o'clock closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
All right, thank you. Well, with that said, we're in recess to closed session and we'll resume open session at 6 p.m. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, August 15, 2023. The time is 6 p.m. and we are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets, successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Councilmember Harriman.
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to our closed session announcements. Mr. DePortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 3 items this evening, all of which were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. The case names at this point are unspecified since disclosure could compromise settlement discussions. At this point, there is no reportable action with respect to any of those 3 items.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the invocation by Pastor DeAndre McBride. Is our pastor here? I do not see pastor, so I guess it's me again. Here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and lead us in the invocation, and then that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by a wonderful Captain Wickham. If everyone will please rise if you're able. Father in heaven, we thank you for being our good and great God, and that we could come before you with thanksgiving in our hearts. And last week at our special meeting, Lord, we spoke about not being anxious for anything, but through prayer and supplication, give all of our requests to you. And so what follows that, Lord, and we ask that again this week, what follows that is that your peace that transcends all understanding will guard our hearts and our minds in Christ Jesus. And so we ask that here for tonight as we have all of this work to do before us tonight. It's a hefty agenda. We pray that you will give us wisdom and discernment, and that your peace that passes all understanding will be upon us. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Captain Wickham. All right, moving on, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no revisions to the agenda this evening.
All right, thank you. Moving on to our conflict of interest declarations, members. Anything to announce? Hearing seeing none, we're going to move on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, well, everyone, good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the Council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the Council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Sections 54957 and .95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public hearing item, once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know that your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing that particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from his or her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed or that the subject matter is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk, may we have our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Cade Johnson on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening, sir, and welcome to our meeting.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Can you speak directly into the microphone?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jones and council members. My name is Cade Johnson. I'm a Freedom Fellow for the UCLA Center for Advancement of Racial Equity at Work, and I'm here today to represent the Inland Empire Black Worker Center located in San Bernardino. Our mission is to build a Black worker-led movement that successfully organizes for quality jobs, economic and social mobility, and thriving communities through cultural and policy advocacy. I'm here calling upon all of you because the Black jobs crisis persists in the Inland Empire. The lack of equitable opportunities for Black workers in the IE hurts our community's capacity to thrive. Based on extensive research by UCLA's Center for the Advancement of Racial Equity at Work, we have continued to find that Black workers face disproportionately high levels of unemployment and underemployment, 7.9% in the IE, much more than any other racial group. This was found to be true in the rest of Southern California, as well as on the state level. The IE Black Worker Center was created to combat this crisis, operating under a model of member-led advocacy, community organizing, pathways, and partnerships. Our work has centered around a partnership with IE Works to develop future water industry workers who will hold career-focused, community-sustaining jobs with opportunities for advancement. The IE Works Waterworks Pre-Apprenticeship Program is a training initiative that prepares individuals for internships and entry into formal apprenticeship programs across various skilled trade industries. This program is designed to provide participants with foundational knowledge, essential skills, and hands-on experience needed to successfully enter and complete apprenticeship programs. Our collaborative tapestry is rich and diverse, encompassing partnerships with the Blue Educational Foundation, San Bernardino Valley College, Attorney Joseph Richardson, the California Black Power Network, and more esteemed entities. Together, we provide holistic support, ranging from soft skills and educational courses to labor history education, workplace safety training, cultural math instruction, and financial literacy education. The IEBWC strives to broaden community engagement and forge partnerships with local entities, paving the way for a future where systemic barriers crumble, racial equity reigns, and Black workers flourish. If you're interested in learning more, join us in our virtual listening session on the 25th of this month. If you are a worker, organization, or business seeking high road training opportunities or support with workplace or policy advocacy, we would love to have a conversation and connect with you. Visit our website at iebwc.org, give us a call, or send us an email. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. So please feel free to connect with me individually after today's meeting and grab a business card with all of our contact info. Here's how you can support us as we support workers: forging partnerships with individuals or organizations that share our values, volunteering at the center and the IE.
Your time is up.
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I want to thank you very much for taking time to come and speak with us. It's important to us. You mentioned business cards, but if you can do us the honor of passing them along to our city clerk or her assistant, we would certainly like to have those.
Sure.
And we appreciate again that you've come to speak with us. It's very helpful to us. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Yes, sir. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Diego Reyes on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Diego Reyes. Once again, Diego Reyes. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Kashawn Franklin on a non-agendized item.
Kashawn Franklin. I'm going to call once again Kashawn Franklin. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Quick on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Ms. Quick, and welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable City Council and members of the panel. Thank you for hearing from me today. I would like to inform the City Council of an idea for the local community that would benefit residents and support a healthier lifestyle in the community: Victorville Fitness and Sports Park. Victorville Fitness and Sports Park would be a large facility in which multiple sports fields, courts, and pitches would be installed for residential use and use by local schools and sports leagues. The park would include hydration stations with access to clean drinking water, multiple restrooms, ADA access throughout the park, bleachers and spectator access around fields, courts, etc., and an inclusive playground with disability access and a splash pad, a track and field walking paths throughout and around the park, bike and bus access to the park, exercise stations, as well as an indoor fitness pool and pet cleanup stations. This park would offer residents an opportunity to reach their fitness goals without the use of a gym or a school. Residents can access the park multiple ways by walking, biking, busing, or driving. To encourage alternative modes of transportation to the park, the parking area will collect low-cost parking fees for every 24 hours parked. These fees would go towards the general maintenance costs of the park, and local residents can also enjoy use of the park by paying for permit use for events, parties, etc. The idea of this park is to give our residents an area to enjoy themselves within the community without traveling far or paying too much out of pocket. Our community is inundated with poverty, and a park like this would help support those who cannot afford access to gyms, schools, or other areas where they may be able to safely exercise. I plan to bring this plan to the Community Services Advisory Committee on their next meeting date, August 21st. Please be ready to hear from them regarding further action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, can we, the two names that weren't present, can we just give a little grace and call on those individuals once more?
Diego Reyes.
Mr. Reyes, please come forward if you'd like to speak. We're glad you're with us and welcome to our meeting. If you could speak into the mic and to the full council, we'd appreciate it.
Sorry, I have it on my phone. Oh,
That's fine.
so I'm a little nervous.
Please don't be where your neighbors.
Words.
And can we get you to step up a little more toward the mic? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I would like to express my gratitude to Mayor Jones and the city council members. I'm sorry, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you about the pre-apprenticeship program. But first, before I dive into that, allow me to share a little bit about myself. My name is Diego Reyes. I am 23 years old, a first-generation Mexican American, and I reside in the Inland Empire. I have recently embarked on the pre-apprenticeship program at the Inland Empire Black Worker Center, and these past few weeks have truly been some of the most fulfilling I've experienced throughout. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Throughout this journey, we've engaged in valuable self-reflection exercises and workshops led by Blue and the instructors at the Inland Empire Black Worker Center. These sessions have highlighted the significance of self-image and standards we should uphold ourselves to, not only within the workplace, but in our daily lives. Additionally, we've had the chance to refine our resume and participate in mock interviews. My path to this program was guided by unexpected circumstances, including a medical emergency. Throughout prayer and perseverance, I sought new opportunities, and while various options emerged, none truly resigned with me. Then one day, my sister shared a flyer for water technology program. With the application deadline only a few days away, I turned to prayer to determine if this was the opportunity meant for me. To my surprise, I successfully navigated the interview process and joined the esteemed cohort 3 of the apprenticeship program. As we move forward in this program, I am excited. The doors will open, and the skills they will equip me with, and I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude once again to Mayor Jones and the city council members for providing me with this platform to share my journey. Thank you.
Mr. Rios, we're thankful for your journey. We're thankful that you're better now, and we appreciate your being with us. Madam Clerk, can we try for the other speaker?
Kashawn Franklin.
Is Kashawn Franklin with us? Welcome. Yes, we're happy to have you with us.
Hello, mic check. Right. Hello, right here. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Don't start my time yet. I just want to say hi. All right. I would like to open up with my infinite gratitude to Mayor Jones and the lovely City Council for allowing us to come here and speak today. My name is Keyshawn Franklin. I am a San Bernardino Native American, or native born out of Native American as well. So, all right, native born out of community hospital, first generation college scholar. I lucky enough to get a scholarship, modest scholarship for wrestling. I went to a private university in Arkansas where I obtained a bachelor's degree in psychology. And at this private university, I felt it was an oasis for neurodivergent students to thrive and to be equipped with resilient tools to do amazing work with in all avenues of work. After graduation, I was blessed to be able to work 3 years in social work, working with special needs kids back in my hometown, San Bernardino, as an effort to give back to my community. While working part-time at a strenuous position, I suffered a hernia injury. A day later, was arrested and drug across the floor for no cause. But don't worry too much because the case is closed, everyone. Then a close family member of mine had a stroke, and it sent me into a deep depression and an out-of-body derailment to unfeeling. However, my safety net was Inland Empire Black Worker Center. From mass producing out my resume, I was connected with Miss Aaliyah Martin and got connected with this pre-apprenticeship for the water industry offered by Inland Empire Black Worker Center. And that's when it all changed. Can I share with you why this organization has saved my life? Oh, we got some time. Famous last words ripped out of my vocabulary because of Inland Empire Black Worker Center. I'd rather quit and leave a toxic work environment in the midst of microaggressions than allow the workplace to fire me. Oh well, I'll quit on you before you have the chance to quit on me. Instead, embracing a mentality of attacking the day with fearless intent to continue injecting peace in a place barren of peace. By showing up every day, maintaining professionalism, and persevering. Because I value harmonious relationship between the worker and the workplace. And through prayer and diligent work, partnered with the high quality workshops offered by Inland Empire Black Worker Center, like Blue Foundation, I received a priceless upgrade. Something called Land and Plane, which I'm still kind of dealing with today. Benefiting from able to walk into any interview and obtain any job. And lastly, I just want to thank my family from Black
Your
Worker
time is up.
Center that you guys are great.
Mr. Franklin, we appreciate you, and you've used a term that's being becoming more used in my family, neurodivergence. I appreciate that, and you should know that every council member up here has a heart for children and adults with special needs, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, the chair is going to close the public comment period and bring this back to the council. We're going to now move on to our first business in order this evening, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. And this is an amendment to a development agreement between the City of Victorville and SLPR LLC to update the term of the existing agreement and allow for an additional 1-year extension of time for tentative tract map 14525, as well as add a community facilities district obligation and update noticing addresses on property located west and abutting Stoddard Walls Road, south of Interstate 15 and approximately 2,000 feet north of D Street. Mr. Metzger, will you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This particular item is involving a tentative tract map that comprises approximately 319 units. And this tract map is actually a part of a larger PUD. It's a tentative tract map that dates back to 2009. It survived its life through a number of extensions, many of which were statutorily provided, but also has survived through the creation of a development agreement, which is in large part the subject of this item tonight, and extending that development agreement in large part to provide the owner of the property, the developer of the property, with additional time to work out some of the engineering challenges that have been represented to us as keeping the property from actually getting to the next stage in the development cycle, which is recording the map. So with that, the author on the item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's here with us today, and he's available to answer any questions or comments you might have.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Metzger. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing, close the public hearing, introduce ordinance number 2442 for adoption and first reading by title only for the development agreement amendment between the City of Victorville and SLPR LLC, and waive further reading in full of proposed development agreement ordinance number 2442.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Is the CFD related only to the extension to allow for obligations? And if so, what authority sustains this obligation besides the city's municipal code, if it's relevant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Very recently, and Mr. Webb can fill in some of the blanks, but very recently, the Planning Commission had taken upon itself to recognize that many developments now, especially as we're developing out, in considering the past practices of how development has impacted the city's level of services financially. City staff advised and the commission has supported imposing as a mitigation measure for new projects to mitigate not only their near-term impacts, which the most common would be development being conditioned to build out public infrastructure, access ways, utilities, and so forth, among other things. The Planning Commission has identified as well that there's a need for development to mitigate its long-term economic impacts. And so with that, one of the solutions that we have been working on that this council, I'm believing we'll see probably later this year, is the establishment of a citywide CFD for new development so that beyond infrastructure that's typically financed by CFDs, there'll be a mechanism collected through the CFD, the Community Facilities District, to where we're able to collect an amount, revenue source basically to offset service costs associated with perhaps the repair and replace of roadways, including operating costs associated with expanding police services, fire services, any other essential public service. So with that, this item, in speaking to the addition of that CFD obligation, the reason why it's there is because we've been applying it to new development just over the course of the last 6-9 months. And this project has not been subjected to that condition that we're now imposing on all new development. So this is just to bring them current with our current conditions of approval.
Okay. My next question is this an appeal, a form of an appeal that we're hearing today?
It is not.
Okay. What is the process for the approval of a development agreement to finalize before it reaches the city council as the final decision maker?
I'll have Mr. Webb walk us through from beginning to where we are at today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. The development agreement for municipal code standards and state standards requires first a recommendation by the Planning Commission and then formal adoption by the city.
And what special circumstances, and I know if you must repeat yourself, Mr. Metzler, it's fine. You said a lot of things that I'm not very familiar, so if it's redundant, please, it's because I didn't quite understand. What special circumstances did SLPR LLC face that merits a 1-year extension or more?
Well, I mentioned the challenges that they've represented to us in terms of engineering. It's a unique site in that there is topography associated with it, but is there anything more than just that is necessitating the request for an additional year?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
If I recall, the environmental impact reports have already been done on this. Is that true?
That is correct.
And it abuts the river to the south?
That is correct. They received approval of a mitigated negative deck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
Yes. I do have a question. In reading back the material, I do. I understand the rationale for recommending an additional year to extend time. My question is, I noticed that we've been engaged with this developer for a while. Is there a limit to the number of extensions that we can grant the developer?
There is, by state statute, related to the Subdivision Map Act. So there is a table in the staff reports that breaks down kind of what we've approved thus far. Well, they've exhausted all of those extensions allowed by Subdivision Map Act. However, the Subdivision Map Act says it can't be extended further by means of a development agreement. So you may remember this project last year.
I do, yeah.
Extension. So over the course of the last 10 years, this project's changed hands. A lot of times you get developers that come in, they get the tentative map approval, but they don't tend to even finalize the map. They want to flip it to another owner that would develop the final map. So the tentative map is somewhat preliminary. They have to go through full street improvement plans. So they're working out the details at this point. And the ball's essentially in the developer's court as it relates to having an engineering firm that can produce those plans that meet city standards. So they're just finalizing those plans.
I think you told me this last year. I think so. But anyway, thank you.
Member Irving has a good memory. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Bensler, wouldn't this giving them the extension bring more homes to the desert?
Well, it would help facilitate ultimately bringing more homes, residential units to the desert. This is one step in a number of steps before actual construction occurs. But without this step, you're not going to get to construction.
Okay. And looking at the map, what is this, about 250 homes?
390.
319. I need to see where it's at in District 3. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the Chair has no questions at this time. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, the Chair is going to close the public hearing. And I'm going to now ask you, Madam Clerk, to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving a development agreement amendment to update the term of the existing agreement and allow for an additional 1-year extension of time for tentative tract mapped 14525, a 319 lot single family residential subdivision that was previously approved and environmentally assessed on property located west of and abutting Stoddard Wells Road, south of Interstate 15 and approximately 2,000 feet north of D Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that, the Chair moves that we adopt staff recommendation as to points 3 and 4, having already disposed of points 1 and 2. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion?
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
I would just like to say, I'm excited about this project, so I hope it eventually happens. Coming to the Planning Commission, I was excited. It's a project that we need in Victorville because we just don't seem to have any HOAs. So I'm looking forward to this.
All right, thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. I agree with Member Harriman. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll echo those same sentiments. With that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez. Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just acted to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 3 and 4 as presented on the agenda. Moving now on to item number 2. This is an amendment to the Victorville Municipal Code with an environmental exception introducing various updates to Title 16, including but not limited to standards for off-street parking facilities for recreational vehicle parking and parking stalls abutting obstructions, and updates to accessory dwelling unit standards and the addition of junior accessory dwelling allowances in accordance with state law. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is the result of periodic review we do as staff and just reviewing our municipal code and also making sure our municipal code complies with state codes and, of course, addresses any issues that may have been raised by members of the public. It's an item that's also been deemed necessary by our planning commission as they've deliberated these particular items. This item addresses 2 code-related issues. One is updating our municipal code to eliminate conflicts with state laws relative to the accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units and definitions that describe those. It also addresses off-street parking issues relative to storing of recreational vehicles on residential properties. So with that, the better detail of this item has been authored in the staff report by your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, and take the following actions. Find the Victorville Municipal Code Amendment categorically exempt per CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, and introduce ordinance number 2443 for adoption and first reading by title only to amend the Victorville Municipal Code and waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2443.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin this time with Member Harriman.
Yeah, Scott, can you go into a little detail on the parking?
One moment, Member Harriman, can we address the question first to our city manager and then he can further delegate?
Keith, can you kind of outline the parking ordinance?
Yes, I could. It's actually going to be best addressed by Mr. Webb, who actually is the author on those particular codes. So if I might, Madam Mayor, have Mr. Webb speak to that.
Yes.
Sure, there's parking mentioned in a couple of sections of this code as it relates to accessory dwelling units. What's proposed for you complies with state law, where our prior code, or our current code, required the replacement parking when you create a accessory dwelling unit. So we have to remove that as state law. Also, in our off-street parking standard, particularly in commercial, there is a proposal to address obstructions that we're seeing in commercial developments, particularly solar carports. We've been receiving applications where the supports for those solar carports are right in the area where your door would open up. So this codifies a requirement that those posts be at the front of the stall, so not to create an obstruction for the person that's parked. Also, as it relates to adjacent to a planter, there's an additional foot requirement. We see that in shopping centers where they have like a concrete shelf there. So that's again codifying that parking requirement. That as it relates to recreational vehicle parking, this is a slight change to what our current code allows. Our current code, for the most part, prohibits recreational vehicle parking in the front yard, unless you're one of the few residents that have a third car garage that you could park that RV right in front. So that standard that's been on the books for some time has created confusion. And based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, we want to clean it up and have a straightforward approach to recreational vehicle parking. So if this ordinance was approved, there would be no longer allowances for RV parking in the front yard. But saying that, there would be a grandfather clause. So if you are legally complying now, as long as it's the same registered vehicle with the same ownership, you'd be allowed to keep that recreational vehicle.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
Actually, Member Harriman asked the question regarding the off-street parking for recreational vehicles. I thought they were supposed to be parked on the side of the home, because we have some that are parked in the front and they obstruct, seeing what's coming. That's another issue. Never mind. Thank you very much. He addressed. I'm not going to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, as of right now, before this goes into effect, if we've been giving out tickets, do we give out warnings first about the recreational vehicles parked in the front yard or on the street?
We do. We constructively give notices of violation or notices of correction, really giving the person an opportunity first to know the code, know that it exists, what it is, and we give timeframes to allow for folks to correct those issues. We'll go out and reinspect, and then of course if the reinspection yields that there hasn't been a compliance, then we start dealing with giving them notices of potential fines.
Okay. When now we're gonna start allowing for driveways to go to the side yard, to be abutted on the side of the house. Are we gonna have them, I'm gonna have to ask you, but I'm looking at him. Are we gonna have them for new driveway approaches that are 9 inches thick instead of the 4-inch sidewalk they're gonna cross? Or no, they don't have to pour a new driveway approach?
Oh, Scott.
Yeah, they'd still be required to meet city standard.
Okay. What about the corner lot that abuts a handicap ramp?
The code does not allow any access through the emergency access ramp. They'd have to, if they were on a corner lot, they'd have to propose their second driveway approach along that street side yard.
Okay. Is a boat considered a recreation vehicle?
Yes, it is.
So that's gonna be allowed. Are they gonna be allowed to park cars on the driveway? Leave them on the driveway, or just no, once they pull the recreation vehicle on the back, nothing can park on it?
The driveway should be fine.
So yeah, the driveway, as long as it's not a recreational vehicle, they're allowed to park.
Okay. Now in regards to the mother-in-law homes or the small homes, I call them that. Are they gonna be charged diff fees? Sorry, I'm looking at him.
They are up to a certain, there's a different scale of fees dependent upon the size. So I'll let Mr. Webb address that as well.
So yes, I had a conversation with the building official about this. So he's well aware, and educated me on it. So state law prohibits the city from charging diffs for accessory dwelling units that are under 750 square feet. So we would apply a diff fee for structures larger than.
Okay. What about connection fees, sewer and water? I'm sorry.
That was my question. I'm glad you asked it.
About connection, sewer and water.
That would fall under the same exemption.
So
So
the
we could
amount.
charge those over 750 square feet, but anything smaller than that, we would charge.
Believe it or not, that's it. Thank you, sir. No,
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And you asked my question for sure, but I do have another one, and it's pretty basic. So on page 190 of the staff report, under the third bullet, almost halfway down, there's a sentence at the end of the that starts with, additionally, this section provides allowances for the temporary parking of non-compliant RVs and memorializes the prohibition, yada, yada. Okay, so what is an example of a non-compliant RV?
So in this case, they're referring to RVs that were compliant under our current code, but are not compliant under this adopted code.
These are the ones that are grandfathered in.
Be the ones- Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have in terms of questions. And my apologies, Member Gomez.
Yes, so if you don't mind, I kind of got sidetracked. People leaving the dais and coming back, so I apologize. But you were referring to Mr. Harriman's question, very detailed and in depth, but I didn't get to
Gomez,
capture
can
it.
I ask you to address our city manager first? That's our policy. We address the city
I
manager
am.
first.
I just I am. Sure. I'm just saying them. That was I don't have to look outside. I can look in the floor. But so when you were responding to Mr. Harriman's question, that's exactly when Mr. Keith Mesler left. So I don't know if he would know. But anyways, you said something about grandfathering, vehicle, and then I thought, well, what's happening here? So can we or can we not? Because then I saw there was going to be fees associated, so then I got mixed up. And I know Mr. Messer had stepped out, but if he could capture the concept of that grandfathering in, I would appreciate a response.
Sure. The grandfathering is going to be dealing with those that are currently in a non-compliant situation, but under the new code would be. Do you want to elaborate any further on that, Scott?
Sure. So our current code has limits on recreational vehicle parking in the front yard. You're only allowed to park it if you have a third car garage, park it in front of that third car garage and you're not overhanging the right of way. So for those few situations that are legally currently, those in accordance with the proposed ordinance before you, those legally compliant RVs would be allowed to stay. They'd be essentially grandfathered, and as long as they maintain the ownership of the property and it's the same RV that's parked there. So over time, the ownership changes or they purchase another RV, they would have to comply with.
Okay, so there's a lot of assumptions then here. So does that mean that the city of Victorville annotates the license plate through the permitting process that I may not be aware? How does that work?
So if this code is adopted, there will be an outreach effort coordinated through our code enforcement department. And then those, ultimately those RVs that have been shown to be legally compliant will be logged. So we do get complaints, we confirm that those are legally compliant.
Okay, thank you. And what is an example of recreational vehicle that covertly blocks sidewalks that the average person may not consider a safety hazard?
Yes, so at the driveway apron, there's typically a ADA bypass walkway. And that's within the public right of way, usually about 10 feet from the face of the public sidewalk, face of curb is all public right of way. So to be compliant, have an RV currently, have to be outside of the public right of way.
And are the only reasons for dwelling units and junior accessory dwellings for reduction of homelessness according to compliance with state law?
It provides a form of more affordable housing, so that may be a component of it. We also see a lot of multi-generational houses that are using it for like in-law quarters or other.
So in other words, it's not specifically only for homelessness, but it includes other protected classes or members of society that may qualify?
That is correct.
Thank you. And what are the examples of accessory dwelling units that are not in compliance with the current state law? One example maybe.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yes. So there is accessory dwelling units. This is a new law that came into play. Where would we find something of this nature in the city of Victorville that is
Our
not
time is up.
compliant with state law?
Thank you. So, Mr. Webb, if you understood the gist of that question, please feel free.
I'm not aware of any that would not comply with state law. Prior to ADUs being allowed, the city did not allow for accessory dwelling. So this is a newer development, so it's my understanding that every ADU that we've approved is still in compliance with state law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And Mr. Harriman just turned to me and has another question. So, Madam Clerk, how much remaining time does Member Harriman have?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah, Keith, if somebody's gonna park their RV behind the fence on the side of the yard, is there gonna be a height limitation due to the set? Because let me put it this way, if the RV is within the setback, is there a height limit, or are they allowed to park a 12-foot high RV right up against the fence line?
I don't know if there's a height limit. Is there, Scott?
Because
On the commercial unit?
there is for a patio, and for other, there's a setback for elevation.
There is not a height limit on the actual RV. However, to be a permissible RV that's parked in a street side or side yard or rear yard, it needs to be behind a view obstructing fence that's at least 5 feet in height.
Okay, and then my other question is, if people are parking, I see a lot of people are using the handicap, the sidewalk handicap corner ramp, and they've started pouring concrete and making them into driveways. I know the new city standard has a curb back there to probably eliminate that, I'm sure. But is that something code enforcement can start looking at? Because I'm seeing that everywhere.
Yes, to my knowledge, code enforcement has been working with the engineering department for those unique circumstances where they need to go out there and install a curb to prevent an owner from using it for that illegal purpose. They'll install a curb.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I.
Thank you, Member Harriman. And then so I just, one moment, I just have a request also from Mayor Pro Tem to ask additional questions. And this is kind of the thing that doesn't happen too often. We usually ask around, but on occasion this happens. So just to my colleagues, if you have asked a round of questions and you know that your time has not run out, please feel free, once everyone's had an opportunity to ask questions, please feel free to get my recognition, and then you're free to ask additional questions. So Mayor Pro Tem.
How many mother-in-law's house can you have on your property? If you have a 3-car garage, can you turn each one into its own ADU? I'm sorry, please.
Scott.
Okay.
So, over the past 10 years, state law has evolved. It used to be you have one accessory dwelling, and now they've introduced this junior accessory dwelling unit. So essentially, as of today, you can have your primary residence, have a junior ADU, which allows you to convert existing space under your existing roof to an accessory dwelling unit. So you can have a garage, and then in addition to that, you can have accessory dwelling unit, which is either attached or detached from your primary dwelling. So total of 3, including your primary dwelling.
So 2. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, now it's.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, with that said, the chair is going to open the public hearing to receive testimony. Madam Clerk.
We have no speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, the chair is going to close the public hearing, bring this item back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving amendment PLAN 23-00017, an amendment to the Victorville Municipal Code with an environmental exemption, introducing various updates to Title 16, including but not limited to standards for off-street parking facilities for recreational vehicle parking and parking stalls abutting obstructions, and updates to accessory dwelling unit standards and the addition of junior accessory dwelling allowances in accordance with state law.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that said, the chair moves that we take action in accordance with staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, who do you have as the second?
I heard Becerra.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
None. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so for this item, the motion is recommended as staff has proposed on the report.
Staff's recommendation is presented on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Yeah, I just have one more quick one. So if somebody's going to put their travel trailer behind the fence.
Okay, Member Harriman, this is the comment period on the pending motion, but if you think it's significant enough a question, please feel free.
Yeah, because some people are putting the RV, they're driving through their front yard to get it on the side of the house. That should they be on, unless they have a second driveway? Is that going to be okay for someone to put their RV on the side of the house, even though it has to cross over the landscape to get to it, or do they have to enter from a driveway?
Mr. Metzler, you're all right with me answering that? Yeah, so.
Sorry, I'm so.
So, yes, the code would require RV parking to traverse over a paved surface. So, in residential areas, you can only pave up to 50% of your front yard. So, if you're trying to drive in from your driveway to get to your side yard, where it's permitted to park behind a fence, you would need to pave that area to get to your side yard.
But if that puts you over 50%, then you can't do that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Member Irving.
No, no comments.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. We're now going to move on to the consent calendar items 3 through 15. Motion is in order at for the council.
I have a couple of questions on some of them.
Okay, so Member Gomez, so I try to pause when I first do this, but I think that maybe I didn't pause long enough. So can you go ahead? Making sure that they're brief questions. Please tell us the item numbers that you're interested in.
7,
Yes?
12,
Yes.
14, 15.
Okay, so on these, the questions have to be necessarily limited in nature. Otherwise, the chair is going to ask for a motion to pull the item for a full discussion. Please. So with that said, do any other council members at this time have questions on any consent calendar items or comments? Brief in nature here.
Comments, ma'am.
Okay, and which number is that?
For Bemis and for the building, comments, not a question.
Which item?
For 12 and 15.
Okay, again, limited in nature. So we're going to begin with Member Gomez, item 7.
So for 7, project area 31, I was just wondering, do we have multiple projects that exert number 31? Just out of curiosity. Notice of completion pipeline replacement project 31. I don't know if we just use projects numbers as common. It's just a simple yes or no.
I'm sorry, your question's kind of all over the place. Restate your question, please.
Yeah, so I repeated for notice of completion, that's part of the status report for the pipeline replacement project area 31. And so my question simply was, do we utilize numbers for projects?
We do.
Thank you. And then I'm going to resend on number 12. I don't have question number 12, so skip down to 14. So just looking at March 21st, April 4th, March 28th, I was wondering, are we behind April, May, June, and July when it comes to the minutes?
I don't know the exact status of those minutes. Perhaps Madam City Clerk can answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, members of the council. Due to staff shortages in the clerk's department, we have been behind, and we are working on those diligently. We've added new staff members, so you should be seeing more of these on a regular basis to become current.
Thank you for the clarification. For 15, are these reports good for analyzing different funds, or what would be the purpose in terms of city coffer and its expansion? So basically, building department activity report, what should I be interested as a council member when I look at these reports?
So the first part of the question was whether or not this would be used to analyze funds. I would not rely on this report to analyze funds. This report is more so intended to share with you all of the activity running through the building division, the building department, and if there's probably the most meaningful of which is the number of permits pulled, whether they're for residential construction, commercial construction, and then of course the year-over-year comparison of those. Also the finals or the CFOs relating to construction activity. I think that gives you a perspective of what's going on in the construction industry within the city of Victorville.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem on 12 and 15 comments.
It's just comments to the Bemis and to the building department. Good job, guys. I know we're up against slowdowns and everything, but you guys are staying on top of everything. We're moving forward. Good job. Easy read. Thank you very much for the information. We appreciate it from all the divisions that give it to us.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, to your team as well. All right, with that said, it is now appropriate to take up a motion approving action on consent calendar items 3 through 15 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda, and that's from the council and the council acting in its various capacities. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have to adopt?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council and the council acting in its various capacities has adopted staff's recommendation as to consent calendar items 3 through 15. Moving on to our next business in order, it's written communications, beginning with item number 16. This is the Sheriff's Department Schedule A amendment. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. In June 6th particularly, the City Council approved an amendment to a much larger county-wide sheriff contract. And that contract, along with the amendments, is what effectively defines our level of service over the course of the upcoming fiscal year. Also defines staffing levels. And so with that, the current Schedule A, as we call it, which would be the amendment to the original contract, defines our staffing level. And in this particular fiscal year, we approved a staffing level in the Sheriff's Department of 150 personnel. Among the 150 personnel, that's about 106 that are actually sworn deputies and 44 non-sworn deputies. And amongst the 44 that are non-sworn, that does include your 16 sheriff service specialists that actually are focused on anything from traffic-related matters to your lower level priority calls, your priority 3s and 4s, where there's no risk of life of loss or loss of property. So with that, as we approved that particular item, the Schedule A did include school resource officers as the defined position, where we actually, through our contract, dedicate deputies to our local school districts. The Victor Elementary School District participates with us. The Victor Valley High School District participates with us. And the Adelanto Elementary School District has participated with us. And unfortunately, as we approved this item on June 6th, we did include among all of those positions one school resource officer to be dedicated to the Adelanto Unified School District. We learned very late in June that the Adelanto School District had decided not to take us up on that school resource officer, which kind of put us in a pinch in the sense that we'd already approved our Schedule A. The county had already approved the Schedule A, and effectively we were moving forward, relying on the past practice that Adelanto School District over the previous 2 years had relied on an SRO. And so with that being said, since Adelanto School District has turned down the SRO use, we believed it appropriate to bring this item back, particularly to amend our Schedule A again, to have a reduction in the number of bodies to that contract, basically reducing it by one full-time equivalent SRO position. And so with that this item particularly makes that change. If approved by this council, it will be approved, it'll be presented for approval at the county supervisors board meeting at their next regularly scheduled meeting. And if all goes well, the effect of this change would go into place September 1st. With that being said, we would be responsible for the cost of that body for the period of time July 1st to September 1st. From a cash flow perspective, we're believing that it will work itself out from a money perspective, in that we traditionally get a lot of credits for non-filled positions that are a reality in the service. So with that, this item also is dealing with changes to the budget in the sense that we're making the appropriation changes, we're reducing revenue by the same amount that we would have otherwise expected to collect from Adelanto. And then secondly, we're also changing the appropriation on the expenditure side. So with that, I am the author on this item, but the heavy lifting, the real work on this item was done by Mr. Tony Camargo, our assistant to the city manager. We're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That your honorable city council approve the 52nd amendment to the law enforcement contract number 94-909-A-52 for the period of September 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the mayor or her designee to process all documents required for this agreement, and adopt resolution 23-066 approving a reduction in revenue in the amount of $308,205.70 and $238,538 in expenditures related to said contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions. As it relates specifically to the staff report, we're going to begin with Member Gomez.
This year, you can clarify if it's wrong. This year we spent approximately $36 million in law enforcement matters
Okay, so Member Gomez is
within the report.
the subject to, I know, but we want to, all right, go ahead. But we just want to make sure that we stick to the gist of this item is about the amendment and not ancillary and incidental information. But Mr. Metzler, please go ahead.
The answer is no, we have not spent $36 million on this contract. We have budgeted for $36.6 million in this budget year.
Oh, thank you for that clarification.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. We budgeted $36.8 million for this contract.
Is the reimbursement of the approximate $308,000, is that one for Victor Valley High School Union and VVSD only, or was that also including Adelanto?
That 308 was the calculated cost for the Adelanto School District SRO.
Oh. And maybe I already got the information, but for the sake of the listeners, is what does SB, CSD, and AESD refer to? Those are probably school districts, I perceive.
AESD is the Adelanto Elementary School District. I believe that's their legal name. And I'm sorry, you said SB?
SBCSD.
Where are you seeing that?
Those are within the report. Both of those acronyms. And when I read the report, I didn't see this. I just presumed there were school districts of some sort. San Bernardino County School District? I don't know.
I think that's the Sheriff Department, Keith.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And since the MOU was severed by AESD, the cost consumptions of services were absorbed by the general fund.
I'm sorry, can you restate that question, please?
Yeah, so I took those words from the report, and my assumption is that we utilize the general fund so we can absorb the cost of the $308,000. I presume that's what it means.
The funds that are used to pay this contract are two funds. It's the general fund and Measure P.
Okay. And for clarification, because I'm looking at the report, and the report has multiple fees and costs associated with them. And it has one cost of a captain, about $500,000. Is that salary, benefits, everything for protecting the people, PERS, I believe? Is that all embedded within Schedule A?
That would be a fully burdened charge.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Fully what?
Fully burdened charge, and likely also included in those costs are overhead costs associated with the respective positions, which could even include risk management related costs.
Okay, thank you. And there's a deferred pavement rehab project on page 553. Are those, that's a different question. So my questions are done for this item.
Thank you very much, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
I just have a quick question. Mr. Metzler, thank you for that overview of for this item, because I kind of got lost here. Right now, Mesa Linda does, in the month of August, does it have an SRO, and did it have one in the month of July?
It did not,
And there isn't an SRO on campus at this time?
and there is not an SRO on that campus at this time.
Okay, and as of September, this position will be deleted from our schedule. Was it scheduling?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna piggyback on Mrs. Irving's question. We don't assign them. The district asks us for however many SROs that they need at their schools, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are we gonna send a bill to the Atalanta School District for the 2 or 3 months that they decided not to, and kind of sorta, and they him-hawed around?
I had not intended on doing that.
No, let's send them a.
If I were to receive the bill, I probably wouldn't pay it because there wasn't a contract. They didn't sign. They didn't approve to some degree. We relied on past practice and based upon past practice, we expected they would re-up the SRO. We certainly believe in the significance and the importance, especially as it relates to school safety. We're quite honestly surprised that they chose to turn down the use of that SRO. But at the end of the day, in terms of getting them to pay for it, it may be futile in terms of effort to try to chase them down for that amount of money at this point in time. So, if so directed, I would certainly do that, but I don't think it would be the best use of time at this point in time, given our bigger focus on trying to provide, the essential services to the city.
I know some of the SROs at the high schools are not only used for the safety of the children, but they're used to talk to them sometimes, to do a search, things like that. Who's going to respond now when Adelanto calls for a deputy out there? The Adelanto deputies are going to respond, or the Victorville deputies going to respond?
If it's in Victorville's jurisdiction and there's a call for service, and when I say in Victorville, the city limits, we will be responding. The sad reality, I think, and I wish they would have reconsidered, but certainly they're missing out on what our other schools are able to benefit from, and that's first with the SROs. There's an amazing amount of connection our SROs are actually making, not only with the teacher environment, but also with the child environment. So there's relationships there. There's a lot that we can learn that we can also share with the students. There's a large opportunity to have an SRO in the schools when it comes to the broader sense of actually trying to prevent crimes from occurring. A lot of the crimes, if there are crimes that occur on campus, we find there's a connection to an element off the campus. So there's definitely a large intelligence value there. And altogether a larger sense of on-site security. There's an opportunity to diffuse, de-escalate situations much sooner when they do take place on campus than having to wait for lights and sirens coming from some other part of the city. And then that notwithstanding, one thing that we shared with you as a part of the budget presentation earlier that we're really excited for and we're expecting to roll it out the middle of September is, and it's going to be something for us all to watch, is we, in the latest edition of SROs to the Victor Valley High School District, we added an SRO that is actually assigned a canine. So we'll actually have a dedicated deputy accessible to the high school district on campus that will be trained in detecting a number of items. Not a bite dog, so definitely not a patrol dog, but a dog that's assigned to detect guns and drugs. And so altogether, we believe that there's going to be better opportunity using the SROs along with our canines to be able to detect and prevent things from happening on campus before they become a much bigger issue. So sad to see Adelanto not taking a part of it, because certainly as we're working closely with the other school districts, we're trying to advance the program to increase on-campus safety.
I know it sounded like it's splitting hairs. If they get a call for service, are you gonna pull the SRO officer out of another school, or are you gonna pull a deputy? I'm not you, but.
The call for service would be the most closest available deputy that's actually on the street.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. No further.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, Mr. Metzler, I appreciate your using the term, the significant role of school safety on campus. And this, you know, I was a school board trustee on AESD for 8 years, and I at least know that during the time that I served, the board then most certainly recognized the importance of SROs on campus. So, and I know that there's one remaining trustee there, and I'm confident that she continues to feel that way. So, not knowing everything that went on behind the scenes, and it's certainly not knowable for us, we have to trust that they made the best decisions that they knew how to, and given their circumstances. You did mention, there was a question in here, by the way. You did mention that the pinch, that there's a pinch to us of some amount of money. Can you tell us what that dollar amount is?
Yes, so the 2 months that we will basically have to absorb is the difference between the $308,000 that it was going to generate basically as revenue. That's the amount the district would have had to pay, and the amount that we're actually decreasing the budget by. We're for the 2 months of July and August. The cost is about $70,000.
That's what I thought. So that's more than a little pinch in my view. And then you mentioned that because of certain mechanisms within how we operate or manage this, that there might be credits given to us where we might not have any out-of-pocket cost per se, but a cost in terms of credits to us.
We believe that this amount will be reconciled to not having a direct cash cost, in the sense that we do have vacancies. In fact, one of the vacancies that's obvious to me without digging too deep is the one position that we added in the SRO contract for this year. We did add a corporal position really to oversee, provide better oversight to and supervision to the SROs, but also to provide more direct supervision, perhaps even mentorship for the younger patrol deputies that were getting out on the streets. And so that position, though budgeted for 12 months, hasn't been filled yet. And so that's what I mean in terms of being able to have that absorbed through the credits, because we won't pay for the cost of a deputy if they're not actually on the street, if you will.
Okay, and I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I'm going to get to a point on it. Can you tell us what the normal process is when you begin looking at MOUs for SROs?
Yes, thank
and
you.
when it usually begins?
I'm sorry?
And when the process usually begins?
Thank you. Yes, I can. So the process usually starts with myself along with my colleague city managers throughout the county. We very traditionally meet in April. It's usually around the first week of April at Sheriff's headquarters down in San Bernardino. And that's always the meeting where we talk with the sheriff, discuss the upcoming fiscal year. And of course, that's the first time we get a glance at what sheriff's costs are being proposed as for the upcoming fiscal year. And so typically that starts out with basically projecting out costs associated with the same level of service, no adds or no subtracts. And that starts in the first week of April. And as soon as, in our particular case, because we're a fairly involved city, one of the bigger departments, and especially in the last few years, we've had additions to it. And so once we get those costs, we will then ask for Schedule A's and MOUs, basically MOUs being what we typically rely on to share with the school districts. And in this particular case, I think we got things out to districts right around the end of April 29th ish is kind of what's coming to my mind. So that's the first time we actually outreach to the districts and basically ask the districts, hey, what's your interest? Do you want to scale up? Do you want to scale down? And we try to get in contact with them as soon as we have the information in April from the sheriff's department. We try to get in contact with them to figure out what they're doing. Because we always have tried to avoid being in this pinch, if you will, and wanting to try to avoid, a district saying, sorry, we don't have the money and therefore, sorry, Victorville, you'll have to figure out how to deal with the cost on your own. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened in this particular case. So we reached out at the end of April, and then multiple times in the case of Adelanto School District through May, even through June, until finally being noticed June 29th, I think it was, that they were going to take a pass on our SRO. So disappointed to say the least, but I think if we're at fault of anything as city staff, is that we relied on past practice and we put faith in an organization that perhaps we shouldn't have.
Well, Mr. Metzler, in fact, when one public agency deals with another, there's an expected there's expected courtesy and professionalism and treating of one another with a certain amount of deference and consideration. Is that fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And so we were notified just a day or two before the end of the fiscal year.
That's correct.
We had already done our budget workshop.
Your time is up.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We were done with our budget process.
So I'm going to ask for the council's indulgence for an extra 30 seconds to ask one more question, if I may. So I'm going to make that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Any discussion on that? Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you to my colleagues. So, Mr. Metzler, all of this said and done, this is a $70,000 very unfortunate situation that we're bearing the brunt of. Have you had follow-on conversations with the AESD, and do you believe that that we're going to be able to work well together going forward?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues. All right, with that said,
Madam Mayor, can I have one more question?
yes. Madam
Just-
Clerk, how much additional time does Member Harriman have?
He has 2 minutes.
2 minutes, Mr. Harriman.
Keith, my question is, how come Adelanto School District doesn't ascertain their SRO through the police department or their contract with the sheriff's department in Adelanto? Why do they go through us?
I don't know why they don't go through Adelanto, because certainly with the schools the city of Adelanto, I'm sorry, the way the SROs work is the county requires the sponsoring city, the city that actually has a contract with them, to extend the SROs to the respective school districts. In Adelanto's case, they're multi-jurisdictional, so they could have access to an SRO through their relationship with the city of Adelanto. I don't know if they've had in the past that relationship, and I don't believe it to exist currently. As much as we've gathered through this process is that as it relates to school safety, instead of relying on a sworn deputy, an SRO, that instead they found an alternative means to provide school safety relying on a private security contract.
So maybe from now on, they should get their own SRO through the city of Adelanto.
Certainly, that's an option, as I understand it, that's available to them, unless, of course, the county sheriff's office has a different view about working with them.
Okay, thank you.
And so if I just may add on that, and it might be the answer, it might not be. I know that when I was on the school board, because Adelanto has half of its schools in Adelanto and half in Victorville, Mesa Linda Middle School is actually in Victorville. And so I know when I was serving on the board, it would have been logical to do it through Victorville.
That's correct.
So
I'd like to also
would you like the chair's recognition to ask other questions?
contribute. I don't know how much time
So,
I have.
13
Member
seconds.
Gomez, I'll handle that. Madam Clerk, how much time does Member Gomez have?
13 seconds.
13 seconds.
So I believe that we went outside of the scope of what our agenda was, but I actually appreciate these questions because it shows a relationship and what we need to be asking for. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. The chair has not ruled that we've gone beyond the scope of the item. All right, with that said, at this time, the chair invites a motion to adopt staff's recommendation. If anyone agrees, please feel free to say so moved.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
So for the motion at hand, we're just going to be dealing with Schedule A and the decreases of both amounts, right? Nothing else like relationship building and nothing like that.
Correct. Those were important conversations to why we're going to take a hit effectively for $70,000 of credits thereof. So the motion on the table is to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item number 17. This is the presentation on city's pavement management of city roads. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Got a brief presentation for you, but first identifying for you that this item is being brought forward at a previous request of this council. The council had previously requested some time ago, trying to get a better understanding on how the city prioritizes its investments in its roadway system. And a large part of that, I think, has to do with just the general view that perhaps there's some kind of black box calculation magic that's done to actually prioritize which roadways get included in a 5-year CIP, which ones don't, and why are we not prioritizing certain roads over other roads. And there is a formulaic approach to it. There's certainly a level of art that goes into it as well, especially considering the nature of the funds that we have available for roadways. So we've taken some time to bring this item back to you, but we wanted to make sure it was very well thought out. And I believe we have a thought out presentation that's actually prepared as his final act, if you will, our city engineer, Mr. Brian Gagler, who this is his last council meeting. He's retiring the first week of September. But we wanted to have him share with you his view, his understanding, his application of how our roadway prioritization works. So at this time, when you're ready, Madam Mayor, I would encourage that you ask Mr. Gangler to lead us in the presentation.
Mr. Gangler, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'd like to say in advance that this is a technical subject, so I'll try to keep it as straightforward as possible. There's a lot of information to absorb, So I'm not expecting somebody to necessarily absorb all of it, but feel free to answer questions or ask questions, and I can provide the answers, and I'll do my best to get through this. I hope it can be relatively brief. So the basic subject of this is how we manage the pavement of city roads, and in particular, how we prioritize projects for our pavement rehabilitation. So just a very quick overview of our city road system. We have about 452 centerline miles of road. Now the centerline mile doesn't take into account how many lanes, it's just from point A to point B. About 4 million square feet of pavement. And we break it down into different roads by classification. So we have arterial roads, collector roads, local roads, those are residential streets, and alleys. An example of an arterial road would be, say, Bear Valley, Mojave Drive, Roy Rogers, Amargosa, basically 4 to 6 lane roads. Collector roads are 2-lane roads, but they carry more volume. Roads like Luna, Cobalt, etc. Local roads are just 2-lane residential streets. And then we do have a few alleys here and there. Our arterial roads actually make up a pretty large portion of the pavement, almost 30% of the area. So for many years, we have been preparing what we call a pavement management report. And we've used a consultant since 2005 to prepare this report. And basically the report identifies the condition of the city roads. It inventories all the streets in the city. It's a really big list. Streets are broken down into segments. And for each segment, there's a pavement condition. And then along with that, we have we can identify our rehabilitation needs for projects and estimated costs. So there is this pavement condition index known as PCI that is used in the report. And basically it rates each street segment on a scale of 0 to 100, where 0 is completely failed and 100 is perfect condition. So it's this range. And the, excuse me, the PCI rating is based on an inspection, a visual inspection of the streets. So the consultant basically drives the streets, and there's a method that they sample the pavement for what we call surface distresses. And so those are things like cracks, potholes, and there are various kinds of cracks, and they try to quantify it. So the outcome of that, thank you. The outcome of that is a detailed pavement report. And with that, there's a list of every street. You can see it's kind of small to see, but you can see as an example, there's a list of A Street. It's from Avalon to 3rd Street. It gives the length, it gives the width, the area, and it has PCI 67. So every street segment in the city has that. So along with that, there are some critical conditions where once the PCI reaches a certain level, we need to have more and more major rehabilitation. So ideally, you wouldn't want a street completely fail before you do some kind of rehabilitation on it. Could be an overlay or a slurry seal. Now we'll find out later, unfortunately, we don't have unlimited funds, so we have to learn how to stretch our dollars. Now, this slide, this bar chart shows the condition, overall condition of our streets. And you'll see that they vary quite a lot. The red bar is actually the poor condition. The yellow bar, where there's 2.8%, that is a very poor condition. The blue bar, which is about 44%, that would represent actually in the range of very good. Now, it may not seem like all the streets in the city have this distribution, because I think we tend to notice the streets that are in worse condition, and I'm sure you're very, very familiar with those streets. Now, the overall condition of the city, if you average all the streets together, is 68.6, and that's actually a good condition. However, having said that, there are many streets that are in poor condition too, so it's just an average. So this is the overall condition of all the streets. Now you'll see a distribution of the arterial roads, and I think one thing to note is you'll see that red bar is actually higher. So there's a greater percentage of our arterial roads that are in poor or very poor condition. And same with the collector roads. You'll see that there's a higher percentage of the collector roads that are in a poor condition. Now, when you go to our residential streets, you'll see that almost half of them are in very good condition. However, we do have a fair percentage that are in either fair or poor condition. And so those are the streets that need attention. But as we'll see, we still have limited funding, to program our projects. So there are a number of rehabilitation methods that we use, and you've seen a number of these come on the agenda when we award a contract. And typically, these methods are selected based on the condition of the pavement. I will have a caveat to that. I'll explain that later. But ideally, you would want to use a slurry seal as an example, which is a thin layer. It's basically sand and asphalt emulsion. I'm sure you've seen slurry seal before. You've seen the projects, and typically you would put that on a better condition pavement. That's the ideal way to use it. Microsurfacing is similar to slurry seal, but there are more additives to it. It's a little more expensive. An AC overlay, I'm sure you've seen that you see the paving machine laying down 1 to 2 inches of asphalt. And then a complete reconstruction is when you have to dig up and replace all the pavement. So when the pavement has failed, typically you have to reconstruct it. You can't just overlay it because all the cracks would come through. Now, having said that, we have tried to stretch our dollars, and we have slurry sealed some pavements that are in poor condition below that, very good range, because we're trying to stretch our budget. And now this next slide, we can see what funding is available. You can see that for Fund 221, that's our Local Streets and Roads Fund, our revenue is about $3.4 million a year. That can only be used for projects, capital projects. Can't be used for regular maintenance. Our Measure I fund, we get a total revenue of about $7.4 million a year, but only about half of that usually is available for our capital project for pavement rehabilitation. And the reason for that is because it's used for other operations maintenance costs. As an example, it's used for traffic signing, striping, traffic signals, part of the engineering department salaries, things like that. So unfortunately, it's not all available for pavement rehab projects. Now, here is probably going to be somewhat of a shocking statistic. The pavement management report showed that if our total need today for all of rehabilitating all of our pavement is $141 million. But having said that, even if we had that amount of money, it would take many years to execute those projects. You couldn't use up the whole 141 million all at once. So it's a theoretical number. However, it does show the overall need for our system, which is a huge need. So we have a total revenue of right now about $7.1 million a year. And if we program that year after year, it's really insufficient to meet our overall needs to keep our pavement in the same average condition. If we wanted to keep our overall pavement condition from deteriorating worse, we would need more money. We'd need about $10 million a year. If we wanted to actually improve it to a higher level, say up to about a 73, we would need about $14 million a year. And if we wanted to get it up to a PCI of about 80, which is a very good level, it's actually probably the highest realistic level you could get to, that would be about $19 million a year. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about how we prioritize our projects. So for our local roads, typically we will have a slurry seal project, and it will be preceded by crack sealing and filling potholes, etc. For that, we use the pavement management report, and we typically try to group the project in a geographic area. As an example, we took the Civic Drive area to City Council to award a contract for that recently. So that's kind of the same geographic area. So we only have about $1.5 million typically that we budget for those projects, so we have to stretch our dollars. So we do use the pavement management report, but for the arterial and collector roads, we use a different method. Now, just as a reminder, the arterial and collector roads are higher volume. They carry more traffic. And for that, we use a benefit cost formula. Now, the benefit, which I'll explain later, is the benefit to the user, which is basically the people that drive on the roads. And the cost is self-explanatory. That's the cost of the project. So it's actually a number. You take B and you divide it by C and you get a number. And the higher the number, the higher the priority for the project. So what are the benefit factors? So basically it's the daily traffic. The more traffic that's on the road, the more users and the more benefit. The improvement in the PCI is also a factor. The greater the improvement in the PCI, the greater the benefit. The extended life of the pavement is also a factor. If you extend the life longer, such as with a reconstruction project, you are going to have greater benefit than for a slurry seal project, which doesn't have as great of a life. And the length of the project. So if you're fixing a road for 1 mile long, it's going to have a greater benefit than if it's a 1/4 mile long. So here's the formula. Don't be intimidated by the formula. Explain it. It's basically multiplying some numbers together on the top and dividing by the cost. So I'll explain it. And it's basically just what I talked about. So in the top is the average daily traffic. That's the traffic. And that PCI number divided by 2, that's the increase in the PCI. So say if the PCI was a 50 and it goes to 100, it's increasing by 50. The next number is the time. That's the estimated life extension due to the project, and then the length of the project. So you just multiply those numbers together. You have an estimated cost, and you divide it, and you get a number. So I have an example below for Roy Rogers Drive. It has about 24,000 vehicles a day. And if we overlaid it, we think we would raise the PCI number by 50, because right now it's about 50. And we think we'd get a 20-year life out of it, and we multiply it by the length and divide it by the cost, and we get a number. Down below, the number is about 9.6. And then there are some other segments below there. You see there, one of them is 7.7, one of them is 10.3, and we average those together and it comes out to about 9. But that's the process we go through. So it's a little bit tedious, but that's how we do it. So now here's a big list of roads. And actually those roads are listed in the next staff report. It's part of that Measure Right plan, the 5-year plan we have. So those roads were put into the plan based on those benefit cost numbers. And you might notice that Bear Valley Road doesn't have the highest number on the top. And the reason is because it's been in the plan for many years, but over time, as things change, initially we thought we might be able to overlay part of the project, and then later we realized we have to reconstruct the whole road, which made the cost go up. And so the number changed slightly. You might also notice one that stands out, Bear Valley Road, as Bellflower to Monte Vista, that's west of US 395. One of the reasons that has a high number is it's only 2 lanes, doesn't have a lot of pavement area, but it has pretty high traffic. So this is the method we use. It's a use of the information, and it's a way to at least have an objective way of prioritizing our projects. Now, here is a list of some other projects that I didn't list the benefit cost numbers here, but these are some other projects that need to be funded, but the benefit cost ratios weren't quite as high, so they're not on the 5-year plan, but they're deferred just because we don't have enough funding over the next 5 years. So you're probably familiar with all or most of these roads, and they definitely need rehabilitation, but right now we just can't get to them, and some of them have pretty low PCIs. You'll see some of them as low as 20. So in our 5-year plan, we have about $27 million worth of projects. That doesn't include all of our projects. Those are just the pavement rehabilitation projects. But really, we probably have about $39 million worth of arterial and collector road projects that are deferred, and about $75 million of our local roads that are deferred. And that's the $141 million. Having said that, even if we had $141 million today, it would still take us many years to get to all those roads. It'd have to be programmed out year by year. Another thing I would like to point out, you'll be seeing in an upcoming agenda that cost of the Bear Valley Road project from Amethyst US 395, the bids came in higher than the estimate, so we're going to have to appropriate more funds to that project, so, probably about $1.7 million more. So when costs go up, that means that, eventually a project may have to be deferred or may drop off the list, but that's just the reality. So we have to keep adjusting the priority list. And that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Gangler, thank you for taking a huge subject and condensing it down into that which is reasonably palatable for us, or easier to understand, certainly. All right, before we get into questions, Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
Staff recommends that the Honorable City Council receive and file this report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we are going to get into technical questions for clarification as it relates not only to the staff report, but also Mr. Gangler's wonderful presentation. We're going to begin this time with Member Harriman.
So Bear Valley, Amethyst to 395, 7.1 million, but the bids coming in higher. So deferred means maybe eliminating some of that length?
No, actually, what I meant by that is we're gonna do that project, but when you look at the Measure I plan and you go out in the 5th year, some of those projects may have to get pushed out another year. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
In the overall 5-year plan, we're still gonna, we still plan to do the projects in priority order. So we will be awarding a contract for the entire Bear Valley Road segment.
Okay, I understand all of it probably more than, well, maybe not Councilwoman or Mayor Pro Tem, but anyways, I don't have any more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for that that presentation. I learned a lot about pavement management, and I can tell you really know your stuff because you took a difficult subject matter and you broke it down in education. We call it chunking. Made it you made it easy for all to comprehend. I don't really have any questions because, to be honest, I'm digesting at this moment. But I understand this is your last presentation, so I want to say best wishes to you, and I'm gonna miss you. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Gangler, I won't pick on you. I'll pick on him. I'll make it easier on you. Mr. Metzler, 21% of our streets, arterial streets, 6 million square feet, are in poor condition. 27.9% of our collector streets are in poor condition. Our residential streets are 10% and lower, and 14% in poor condition. Yet the funds we have is the funds we have. You can't pull money. Well, we could print money, the government does, so why don't we? 7.1 of that, only 3.7 goes to fixing our streets. We would need 19 million annually to keep up on our streets. How much do we get for Measure P total?
Measure P this year is plus or minus $30 million.
So even if we took a majority of that, which now we know we don't have money for our library, our parks, our police department, our fire department, and everything else our Measure P is paying for, we're still behind the 8 ball when it comes to our streets.
Well, to answer the question very directly, the answer is yes. But if we can actually bring the slide up that is on page 543, I'm not sure what slide number that is, but I'll talk until we get that up. The concern that we have today, just comparing the available funds to the deferred amount, I think the important piece of that to recognize is that is in today's dollars. And the reason why I asked for page 543 to be brought up is in that slide, there's a little chart there. A little graph there that illustrates the PCI on the top left, on the left side of the scale, and of course identifies how the PCI changes over the duration of time. And if Mr. Gangler said earlier that we're on average, a PCI rating of 68, I think he said, if you actually compare where 68 is at on that line graph, you're right at a point on that line graph where you're starting to see, basically an accelerated deterioration of the roadway system. So what concerns me as a manager, and certainly what concerns a city engineer, is, while we're attending to what we can attend to today, what our biggest fear is what's happening to those deferred roadways that aren't being funded, that you just don't have the money for. And so while we might identify or as we calculate in, I think it was the last slide, a deferred amount of about 115 million, I think 114 million is what that amounts to in total deferred. That's in today's dollars. As those roadways deteriorate at a much faster rate, that $114 million increases dramatically. And so I think what scares us, just being straight up about it, is that especially as everybody is so critical and concerned about our roadway system, we don't have the right money structure to be able to tackle that big of an issue, And in earlier we talked about, the CFD, that's an example of things we're looking at doing and implementing to try to establish and create money mechanisms so that the long-term effects of having 450 center line miles of roadway through our system, we've gotten so used to seeing development come into our community, build and even build the roads, and that's been great. But what development has neglected over the years, and this is no individual fault, that's just how we've allowed ourselves to grow since 1962, is we've not required development to pay on a continuous basis for the basically the deterioration or the depreciation of the roadway system that we're all contributing to. And so we're behind the eight ball, if you will. And, the worry that we have altogether is unless there's some strike of fortune, perhaps the city buys a lottery ticket and we win the lotto, we're not going to catch up with this accelerated costs associated with the conditions of our road. We're just not.
Well, a couple of things. What no one took account to, not that we didn't. This last year that we had the wet weather we had, it killed our streets. We had not that I was in it, but I'm sure the potholes were probably tenfold during this last rain season than the 3 years before put together.
We experience exactly what you're talking about in our roadway systems, all of our infrastructures. The airport is no different. Our weather patterns here are what we call extreme, in the sense that we're going from hot to cold over short durations of time very quickly. And those changes in temperature, the changes just in our daily temperatures, have dramatic impact on our infrastructure systems. There's expansions and contractions associated with hot and cold weather. And so with that, as you're having the expansions and contractions, say it's a very hot day and you get the expansion, am I right? In the hot day, you get the expansion, your cracks widen actually. There's a reason why we go in and slurry it, because we're actually trying to protect that crack in the road from having water get down in it and potentially freeze that night, which actually could exacerbate the crack. But very commonly, say in a time like now where it's summer, if you get water in the cracks of your roads and it's permeating down into the road base, it's actually reducing the integrity of your road base, especially when you have thousands and thousands of pounds of vehicles, hopping on that crack daily. So I guess the point in all of that is we experience extreme conditions based upon our weather here, and it actually has an effect of accelerating the deterioration to our roadway system.
Another thing that we haven't planned for, that we need to figure out what we're going to do. The vehicles are going electric. The vehicles are now heavier because of the batteries. We're talking buses, the trucks, everything that's now going electric. Well, not only now are they not paying for gas tax or any other tax from petrol, is there anything on the table that we can do when it comes to electric vehicles besides before the state gets a hold of it first? Because the state's going to have us do something without giving us money. They'll probably have us fix our roadways because
Your time is up.
Well, I'll ask Brian to speak to that because I'm not aware of a conversation that's existing at the state level, basically to mitigate the effects of EVs now not paying into the gas tax system.
I really have no knowledge of the subject. I've heard off and on over the years that there's been, some discussions about how to capture those costs, but I don't know. Maybe another staff member knows, but I really don't about that subject.
Madam Mayor, if I could just make one more statement. So one statement.
Yes.
Besides Measure P, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do for our roadways. Our roadways are getting beat up, and there is nothing more we can do but there's 7.1 million. and that's gonna start going down. Thank you, sir. Very good.
And if I might, just to connect dots, because you will see it later in the year, us bringing back a CFP, and I want to say it now because I want you to be able to connect the dots when we get there, is when we do bring a CFP back and it's dealing with creating a revenue stream from new properties that are developed in our community, there has to be a nexus in what we charge to that development. And so, when we factor in a component to say pay for their nexus share of long-term economic impacts associated with their local road system, it's going to be their local roads, the new local roads, let's call it, that are constructed. So what we can't do is actually have the new development paying for the existing system that's already been neglected, if you will. I can't think of a better word in terms of the funding to pay for our existing roads. So my point is, that will be a mitigation for that new development to try to collect something to offset their costs, but we cannot saddle that new development for already existing roadway systems in this particular case. So the point there being is, even though we move forward, that's not the ultimate answer. We still have this $114 million gap based upon the conditions of our road to try to find a way to solve.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Member Gomez.
So under the deferred payment rehab project, there's roads and there's a mixture of the super arterial, the major streets. Do these represent maybe the past, the present, and the future types of projects that we can foresee whether they're going to be deferred or not?
Well, the last slide, I can go to it, but it has some, and it's not exhaustive, but it does have an example of, I don't think I can go through the slides anymore, but the last slide had a list of deferred projects, and it was only an example. It wasn't an exhaustive list, but there are quite a number of arterial and collector roads that are being deferred because we don't have enough funding.
And how is the average calculated? I think you had 66 or 68 when you provided in the presentation. And when I say how is it provided, did we ascertain the mean, the median, or the mode? Mean meaning you use the number of units you divide. The mean is just the number, the middle, and finally the mode is the number that appears the most.
Yeah, that would be a mathematical mean.
So, okay. And what accounts are utilized to budget the payment conditions?
We use Measure I funds for that.
Only Measure I funds?
And SB1 money.
Oh, yes.
Are you talking about the projects, how the projects are funded?
So I'm just talking about in general, our roads, how are they funded?
Yes, exactly. It's Fund 221, local road, streets and roads, and Fund 250, Measure I.
And is Measure I and Measure P something that would qualify as a contender for payment rehab projects?
Can you restate that question again?
Yes. So Measure I and Measure P, are those qualifiable? Are these contenders that we can ever use at all or consider?
I can answer first about Measure I. So basically the rules for Measure I is it can be used for street related purposes, and that would include pavement rehabilitation.
And Measure P?
Measure P, there was an intent of Measure P to be spent, even though it's a general tax and it's fully at the council's discretion. There was an intent when we moved that measure forward, and it was largely public safety, recreation, homelessness, community services related needs.
And how does the city mitigate the current $80,000 pound cargo 18-wheelers that traverse the cities with all these categories that you've enumerated? How do we mitigate those particular heavy trucks?
Well, it all falls under the category of managing our pavement. So that's why from time to time, you'll see these contracts come on the agenda where we will have a project to basically rehabilitate the pavement.
And does the 452 or so center line miles of roads, do those include the county controlled areas that are within the boundary of Victorville? And I'm thinking Spring Valley Lake and Mountain View Acres.
No, those would only be roads in the city limits.
And what is the guiding source? Because I know you're an expert in engineering and traffic, to approximate what you did, right, Roger? You said approximately 24,000 cars.
We take traffic counts on our arterial and collector roads, so we collect all that data.
And with the PRM reports or areas where the high density, do we include protected classes, indigent members of society? Are they ever considered? And in mine's
What time is up?
Greg, thank you.
Thank you. If you understood where she's going, please feel free.
We only use the benefit cost formula to prioritize our pavement. And so that would really just be the traffic, whatever the traffic number is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, I just have a few questions, knowing that we're going to need to take a break here in a few minutes. So, Mr. Metzler, I'm glad that you said what you did about Measure P. As Member Gomez and I were both on the council at the time that this was debated hotly and put on the ballot, and there was an express interest at that time in that the intent would of that measure would be preserved over time from council to council, and that we make sure that the original intent is followed. Even though it's a general use tax, we intended to put in mechanisms that made it feel more like our residents as a special use tax. So Measure P really is intended for public safety and the other things that you delineated, like library, recreation, and so forth. Okay, quick question. Measure I sunsets, Mr. Metzler, in 2040?
2040, I believe, yes. Yes.
2040. And if I recall correctly, we've committed to a number of projects over the course of time to maximize the use of current day's dollars rather than having to pay for rising costs down the road. But we're expecting to, to put it loosely, run out of those funds in 2030. That's the understanding I have. So let me just go on. I know that you're not agreeing readily, but we have with SBCTA, we have a transportation investment plan committee, and I'm blessed to serve on that. And so there's a lot of discussion about what we need to do for our region, about our roads and our highways, and what we're going to need to do. And a lot of that is those discussions are happening with some of the residents in Victorville to find out how they feel about it and what appetite there might be to address the very serious needs that we have now.
Time is up.
Thank you. Well, I won't talk anymore. All right. With that said,
Do I have any time left
Member Harriman, I
or no?
believe that you do, Madam Clerk.
1 minute, 29 seconds.
1 minute. Member Harriman, would you like to be recognized to ask questions?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I have an idea. Yeah, it's probably not feasible, but like we attached on to Measure P to the sales tax. Is there a way to have a road use tax with fuel sold in the city of Victorville? I'm not a tax guy, trust me, but just like we tapped into sales tax, is there a path to tap into the taxes charged at the pump?
The only way I know how to do that is not specifically through fuel pump tax. There is sales tax associated with fuel sales, and I even believe our transactions and use taxes are applied as well. The authorities that I'm familiar with that we have as a city are putting a measure, presuming this council were to approve a measure first and then put it, of course, through the voters and have the voters approve it, would be transactions and use tax similar to Measure P, and you can do that for both general or special purposes. They have different voter thresholds, but there's certainly that you can do. That's the only thing that I can think of that may be applicable to roads.
Yeah, something where people getting off the freeway that don't live in Victorville can contribute, just like our Measure P works. That would be nice. Anyways, that was my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. All right. This time, the chair moves that we receive and file this report. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Member Irving? Thank you. Member Gomez?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
None.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has received and filed the report that we just went over. So with that said, everyone, we are going to take a brief recess until 8:20 p.m. All right, we are resuming open session. It's 8:20 p.m. and we're going to now take up item number 18. This is the Measure I 5-year capital improvement plan. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item picks up kind of where the last item left off, and more particularly has to do with serving as a procedural requirement of SBCTA. Measure I is a half-cent sales tax that was approved countywide and gets used for local use, whether it be to satisfy major local highway improvement projects or local roads. And so this item particularly helps SBCTA plan out its 5-year forthcoming years, both in terms of projects. So with that, in serving the procedural requirement, we actually put together those capital improvements that we've identified as taking on, and also to be paid for in part by the other share of Measure I that's available to us locally for our local roads. So with that, the author on this item, again, is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He can answer any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 23-069, approving the Measure I 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2023-2024 through 2027-2028.
Thank you. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Irving, we're going to begin with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Mr. Metzler, I notice in column 1, 23-24, estimated revenue is $7,319,000. Between Bear Valley and Mojave is at $6 million, but the total project cost for those two are $12 million. Where are we getting the extra $6 million? Or is that part of the money we don't have?
No, this does serve as a cash flow document, but I'm not tracking your 12 million.
So for Bear Valley and Mojave, I'm
Oh,
sorry, on page 560.
I'm sorry, the product of the two. Gotcha.
Yes. And then it only shows us getting 6 million out of it. At the bottom, it shows we're spending 14 million. If
Correct.
we're getting 7 million, where are we getting the other 7 million from?
Correct. No, I appreciate the question. And so one thing that's worth making mention, you're correct. At least what's projected in just revenue for the fiscal year is a $7.3 million number. This item does show that that we're going to try to tackle the $14 million number over this fiscal year. We do have a starting cash balance. If you look on page 560, top right corner, there's a yellow number there. I'm sorry, a number that's in a yellow box that says $8.9 million. So effectively, we have a starting cash balance before receiving this year's revenues. And so the product of those two is closer to 16.2 million, if my quick math is correctly. And so that will be what's relied on to cash flow through this fiscal year, presuming, of course, you're actually able to tackle all these projects and complete them this year. Likely not. And so you'll probably have a similar effect next year where you're actually carrying forward cash to satisfy carryover projects.
But Mr. Gangler mentioned in his when he talked, Bear Valley Road came in higher than what we expected.
Correct, and so that is a good example. If looking in the column it's blue to me, I'm not sure, maybe aqua, estimated total project costs, and in that particular case, I think he was speaking to Amethyst, the stretch of Bear Valley Road from Amethyst to 395, $6.2 million. The estimates will actually we'll probably be bringing that item back to you next month for an actual award of contract. But the award of contract we're still thumbing through all the numbers, is going to be actually much greater than this 6.2. So I think one of the points that he was attempting to make in the previous presentation, but perhaps is easier to see here, is that if, let's just say, for example, and don't quote this number, but the total project award is closer to $9 million. You've got almost $3 million to make up from somewhere else, and that somewhere else is likely shortchanging another project on this list.
So there's your $2 million that we should have had left this year. There's your $2 million gone. Next year, we're estimating 7.4 million, but we're spending 8.8 million. We're already $1.1 million into the hole, and we've already spent it, this year. So not starting in the near future, starting next year, we're behind the 8 ball already.
Well,
when it
in
comes
this,
to roads.
you're correct. We are behind the 8 ball. I think that's easy to state as fact. And where some of the art comes into Mr. Gangler's work is balancing, the actual cash flow with the next projects. And so, do you try to, if you're shortchanging your cash flow in future years, then do you take on smaller projects at lesser price just to knock out some of the others, potentially, leaving some of the bigger projects with higher PCIs to degrade faster? It's a very difficult balancing act.
All right. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
How does SBCTA and the city, in concert with money funding functions, how do they do this, in other words? So we have SBCTA, which I presume is a type of steward of our dollars. How do we kind of manage them with what we have together?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I think that is a good word to use, a steward of the money. And in this particular case, the money that we're talking about is the half-cent sales tax that is called Measure I, that is generated through all sales transactions throughout the county. It's collected at the state. And then as to that half-cent sales tax, it's distributed from the state to SBCTA. Now, in the very basic sense, and I'll let Brian correct me if I'm wrong, but in the most basic sense, that half-cent sales tax gets administered by SBCTA and basically gets divided in half, to where half of it would go towards a major local highway project fund, which is actually the next item on the agenda. And then the other half comes directly to us, where we're authorized to spend that money directly. However, as a function of our ability to spend that money that we receive directly from SBCTA, we have to justify through reporting such as this one and such as the next one, next agenda item, so that we can demonstrate not only the need, but the ability to spend those funds on qualified local projects.
And does Measure I fund increase yearly? And if so, what would be the legal authorities? And I think you said the state already, so you don't have to answer that, but for sure, does Measure I increase yearly?
Measure I is subject to increase or decrease because it's a function of transactions that take place in the county, and it can be largely reflective based upon the status of the economy. But the unitary price, the half-cent sales tax, that doesn't change.
And is attachment B on this item? So if you look at attachment B, you'll understand where my question is coming from. Does it contain most or all of the streets that we or some or anyone can cross-reference for ease of understanding the CIP plan and the projects if we're going to be doing the maintenance and operations based on the city's priority?
This 5-year CIP is our CIP. It directly correlates with what's in your budget.
Does it correlate with the attachment B as well? The 5-year capital improvement plan with all the projects on the side?
Yes, that's what I just said.
Okay. If that is the case, what can we call the controlling authority for the local funding of the roads when it comes to maintenance and operations? Would it be Measure I, or what can we say controls the maintenance and operations?
Well, when it comes to the maintenance and operations, that's us here, the council ultimately, through its policymaking decision, in this case relative to the budget, we effectively control the O&M program.
Okay, so is there any way then you would be able to contextualize that with a much bigger picture? Because I know if we don't have the fundings available, but we're responsible, it makes it seem like somehow we kind of didn't do what we should have done since the 60s, but I don't think that's the case because we've been talking about the state and the funding and SBCT and meeting certain needs to ensure that we do get those grants to cover what we need and not be behind as we allegedly are going to be.
No,
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Point of privilege. I'm having some kind of technical difficulty.
Yeah, your point is well taken. Madam Clerk, can we get someone to assist? We're going to take a moment.
Sorry, Member Gomez.
Member Gomez will pick up your time as soon as the issue is fixed.
my screen's actually down too.
YouTube? No, it just started. It began to update. I want to play with it. Let me let
And then can we also get assistance with from Member Harriman? And I don't know if Mr. Metzler, you still need assistance. Okay.
Somewhere down here. Well, that's gonna be the agenda.
She doesn't have the index.
It's just the index. She doesn't have the.
Mary, thank you so much. I appreciate this. Oh.
There you go.
I'm good.
normally have your bookmarks on this side? No.
Well, yes. Yeah, move it up. Let's give it a slide. Yeah. Yeah. So
Consent calendar.
18.
Cause you mad.
All right, I think that we're all good. Everyone, thank you for your patience. We're going to continue on. Member Gomez, thank you for your patience as well.
Yeah, so if I may reiterate my question, it was based on the maintenance and operations that the city has control over. But in our conversations, I believe we've stepped out of the city's role mostly to understand that there's almost like a deficit every year. So in context with SBCTA, Measure I funding, and any other sources is what perhaps I was trying to allude to. So it's not maintenance and operation, I guess, it's the pavement, not necessarily the deferment part of it, but definitely the item that we spoke to before and this item. So I don't know if you understand my question.
There didn't seem to be a question there, so I certainly don't understand it.
Well, I mean, if I leave it at maintenance and operation, it just seems that the city's at fault for what we've been doing because we haven't managed the plan, and I don't think that's what I want to leave the taste of with leaving.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Metzler, did you know what you didn't understand what that
I
was?
did not understand.
We're going to go ahead and move on. Member Harriman. Thank you. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
So move to follow staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Pro Tem.
None.
Thank you. Member Harriman. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind entertaining the motion, there's a lot of gaps, and so I'm trying to. So we're Measure I, capital improvement plan. Okay, got it. No further questions.
Okay. Member Irving.
No,
This is comments on a pending motion.
I know what
Oh,
it is.
yes.
I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to make a statement, but no, I don't
Got
have.
you. All right, thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're now, the council has adopted staff's recommendation on item number 18. Moving on to item number 19. This is the capital projects needs analysis for Green Tree Boulevard Extension and Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad projects. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Similar to the previous item, this also is a procedural requirement to help SBCTA basically cash flow model the funds it has available. In this particular case, to satisfy the Victor Valley Major Local Highways Program Fund, which we have been the beneficiary of, being in the high desert subregion. Projects that we've funded include a number of them, but most recently, of course, the Bear Valley Bridge over the railroad tracks, along with Green Tree Extension. So, with that, this item, once submitted, will be used by SBCTA to determine the dependencies by, in our case, Victorville, but also rely on it from other cities. For their cash flowing of the Major Local Highways Program Fund. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council approve the capital project needs analysis for the Green Tree Boulevard extension and the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad project for fiscal years 2024-2025 through 2028-2029.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, have we ever looked at, do we know what taxes are paid in the sense of what we get back from Measure I from SBCTA? So you said it's a half-cent sales tax. Then they take that half-cent sales tax and they half that, so it's 0.25% or cents that's supposed to come back to it. Have we ever done an analysis of how much 0.25 is and how much we should be getting?
We can calculate it. I don't have the calculation here, but we can go back to previous fiscal financial statements, if you will, and pull that number. We know what it is.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
How often are the cash flows revisited via a needs analysis?
It's done every year.
And is the needs analysis the only tool utilized by the city to assess cash flow for the local highways program and the freeway interchange, including the arterial programs in the county?
Well, this is actually a tool that SBCTA uses. We fill it out and provide it to them, and it's a tool used by them.
So it's something that is just pre-filled by us? Do we have any kind of rationale that goes into it, or it's just mechanical?
No, there is rationale that goes into it. The rationale that goes into it has more to do with the actual capital improvement projects that we have. And in this particular case, those capital improvement projects that would depend on the Major Local Highway Project Fund.
For attachment A, how is the city council to read and pinpoint the essence of each program when considering adoption for projects?
I'm sorry, can you reset that question, please?
Yeah, so if you would veer your view to attachment A, that may help contextualize my question. How is the city council, or how am I to read and pinpoint the essential parts of that program that's embedded within the discussion when considering adopting for projects?
Mr. Gangler, you want to answer that question if you want to take a stab at it?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure I understand the question.
So let me describe it. So I'm looking at the capital projects needs analysis. And every time I look at these pages, there are a bunch of diagrams with projections for 24 and above being blank. And then I see priorities, a couple of items with certain figures of millions of dollars. And then a lot of information that I wouldn't be able to translate unless I had the aid of an expert. So when I look at this, I'm thinking, what am I looking at? A cost benefit analysis, and what does that mean for me when I make a decision as a council member? Does that mean that I just need to know that this is a cash flow chart and it's gonna go towards a tally that I'm not sure what the totals are. What should I be taking from these charts?
Well, for both projects, the Green Tree Extension and the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF, all the funding sources that are identified, they've already been approved by City Council. So in previous agreements or amendments to funding agreements, and they've already been in the City Council approved budget. So you're really not approving anything that you haven't previously approved. And this is simply a form that SBCTA uses to capture all the funds that they have funded through their organization for these projects. So we're really just complying with an SBCTA requirement, and the City Council's not approving any new funding.
Okay, thank you. That helps with my reading of the report. So let me just, if I can bear with another question. So I'm going to presume if we're not voting on this, is this maybe perhaps an accept and file?
Well, they do require that this is approved by a minute action. So
Oh.
that's in the recommendation.
Okay, so this is a recommendation and we're looking at, I would call them cash flows.
Your time is up.
Projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Chair invites a motion from the council.
Motion to approve, it's staff's recommendation, or a motion to approve the,
Adopt staff's recommendation if you'd like. Sure. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
no discussion.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Well, just simply thank you for clarifying what I was looking at.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman. Thank you. The chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation. All right, we're going to move on to item number 20. And inasmuch as items 20 and 21 are substantially similar in that they both relate to construction of the Wellness Center, one for an amendment to the construction contract and the other for a supplemental work order, the chair moves that we consider items 20 and 21 concurrently with the understanding that timing of questions and comments will be as if it were one item. Is there a second?
Go ahead.
We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion.
Yes. So I always like to keep stuff separate because it just makes it much more easier for anyone who follows if they don't have the agenda like we do. But I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. With that said, the chair is going to close the discussion period on this motion. And Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to ensure that we consider items 20 and 21 concurrently. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and read the titles of each of them in their respective order. So item 20, this is the Wellness Center Project, Amendment number 1 to the Consultant Professional Services Provider Agreement with Pacifica Services Incorporated. And the title for 21 is the Wellness Center Project Phase 2 Supplemental Work Order number 10. Mr. Metzler, will you tee them both up, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. These items do in fact deal with the Wellness Center facility, which is nearing completion of construction. But as we're all aware, this is a project that has attended to a number of supplemental work orders over the course of the construction. And so the first item that we're dealing with involving the professional service agreement with Pacifica Services. Pacifica is our construction manager. So they're effectively responsible for managing the general contractor and all the work that is overseen by the general contractors. And so as we've experienced supplemental work orders largely affecting the general contracts, the actual construction manager has taken on additional work as well. So the first item is to attend to amending the services agreement with Pacifica directly relating to the additional work that has been taken on by them in managing the contracts. And then secondly, supplemental work order number 10 is a part, is a work order expanding phase 2 of the construction project, where a number, the majority of the work, in fact, over 70% of the work is directly related to the lift station dewatering, the water related issues associated with the high water table. So with that, the author on both of these items is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendations for both items in their respective order?
Certainly. Item 20, that the Honorable City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to the Consultant Professional Services Provider Agreement for the Wellness Center Project Construction Management Contract with the Pacifica Services, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $616,677. And for item number 21, that the Honorable City Council approve the supplemental work order number 10 for the Wellness Center Phase 2 construction contract, resulting in an increase not to exceed $742,519.70.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to questions for clarification as it relates to the staff reports on both items. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes. What is the running balance of the ARPA capital account to date? Do we know that?
I don't have that here as a part of the staff report because the ARPA account deals with a number of different projects, but that's certainly something we can bring back.
And are those fundings utilized from other sources other than ARPA funding for the particular item under the Wellness Center project? This is talking to number 20.
The principal funding sources for the Wellness Center have been both ARPA funding and then our Home Key grant, the $28 million grant that we received from the state of California.
And what progress thus far has the general contractor instituted that would mitigate any unknown factors that seemingly are delaying the project schedule completion?
Well, obviously it's their role to do everything they can to minimize changes. However, the nature of this project, as you know, is largely been comparable to what would be characterized as design build. And so a lot of what we've been dealing with are just the unknowns, whether it's watering issues or dealing with finishing issues that were just not detailed out as a part of the initial design of the project. But Mr. Gangler, I know you're meeting with the construction manager regularly. Can you talk a little bit about what they're doing to make sure that we're minimizing changes as much as possible?
Yes, thank you. The construction manager, Pacifica, they have regular meetings with the project architect to try to go over all the requests for information from the general contractor to basically answer questions. And so they're trying to keep that information flow going to avoid additional delays on the project or clarify any changes that may need to take place. So all they can do is facilitate that communication, because since they're the construction managers, they don't have direct control over the contractor. That's the contractor that has to organize all the work. So they're doing, I think, their best effort to try to mitigate more delays, more changes. But as Mr. Metzler said, the nature of this type of project, since the plans were not 100% complete when the contracts were awarded, there are details and changes that had to be worked out. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. How would the construction of a sewer lift mitigate any further delays?
The sewer lift isn't designed to mitigate any further delays. A sewer lift station is a device that's used to actually convey on-site sewage to a public main system.
So the reason that question arose is the way of the wording. If you look at the wording for that aspect, it shows that there's issues with the water table. So in association of solid waste with water tables, in my assumptions, this question was crafted. So thank you for the clarification. How would the I already asked for that question. Does the city's municipal code allow for extensions if merited due to the higher than expected delays and revisions of the wellness project? If so, what authority would be utilized besides the CEO's limitations that he has?
We're using the authority of the city council, which is what this item is doing, is asking for additional appropriation of the city council to amend its budget to allow for these works to continue.
Thank you. And for 21, is the wellness project solely funded by ARPA funds to date? If so, what remind me of the year of commencement? I know it deals with HHAP, PLHA, and CDBG for tonight, but I'm focusing mostly on ARPA funds.
Okay. So the question
It's
is,
just clarification.
we're using ARPA funds along with other funds, but we are using ARPA funds.
Okay. And how does Measure P continue to fund, or is it going to be discontinued as a base? That's in the reporting discussion. So if you can contextualize it with that form, I would appreciate it for clarification.
When we first started construction of the project, we envisioned the use of Measure P as a funding source for some of the construction of this project. We have since altered course, and we're doing everything we can to not rely on Measure P for the construction, and that's why we've increased our dependency upon ARPA money to supplement the Home Key grant that we received.
When you focus on saying Measure P, not for the structure of the building, we are still utilizing for any other phases of exceptions of the structure.
I said for construction of the project.
So it wouldn't be used for design or anything else, right?
That's part of the project, so no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
I only have one question. You know, I've always said I don't really like all the change orders and amendments, but are we on schedule? Because I see we've moved our date out to October 2023. Is that realistic?
Well, we're behind schedule.
Okay.
I mean, I think council is aware of that because as the items have come to city council, the schedule has been extended.
Yeah, it's rolled out to October. Can we think like January 2024?
I wish I could give you a definitive date when there would be substantial completion.
Right.
I don't know if I can nail that date down.
I hope we get this for Christmas.
Schedule, it's, I believe in the staff report, it did state October.
Okay.
That is what is on the schedule.
Yes, sir.
We're certainly trying to mitigate delays, but as far as, you know, that's the construction part of it.
I understand.
So that's
Mr. Gangler,
the information I have right now.
Mr. Gangler, if I might, just to help help the conversation along and make it as practical as possible. Can you share with us, in large part, what's left to be done? So I did share the video with the council earlier in the week. Obviously, the aerial imagery and all that. But beyond the lift station, obviously, the lift station is a big part. But once the lift station is done, because we have the modulars in place, there's a ton of flat work already done. Electrical seems to be done. What effective and what we can't see from the video is what's going on inside the building. So, can you tell us, kind of give us a sense of what's left once this lift station is complete?
Yeah, yes, certainly. So the electrical system needs to be energized. We believe that will be coming soon. And I don't mean to speak for Mr. Sledgers, but that will allow the inspections in the buildings to continue. so that one by one, the inspections can be finalized on especially what we call the shelter units first. But there's actually quite an amount of finished work on the community buildings. There are 4 community buildings, and you may recall that those are composed of modular units that were delivered to the site and assembled together and connected. And so they're all the finishes in the community buildings, not only the utilities. They're all the utilities connected to it underground, which are in place, but inside the buildings, there are all the usual systems, the plumbing and the air conditioning and the electrical systems and the on and on, the finishing the drywall and where the kitchen is, there's more work in the kitchen and the flooring and, painting and all those things that go, I'm speaking in an area that Mr. Sliders could probably provide more detail, but that's basically what needs to be done. On the site itself, there is some additional concrete work. There will be the planting. The planting doesn't have to be completed before the buildings can be substantially complete. That could follow later. Those are the major items that I can remember. Basically, all the underground work is complete.
Okay.
There's a lot to do with the community buildings.
Well, thank you for sharing that with me, Mr. Gingler. We want to do it right. So thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, the sewer lift station, the VVWRA interceptor, all that came into play after we started actual work on site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, we had a date in our head, but we also had material issues because with the money that the federal government and the state are throwing around, everybody and their brothers now building a homeless shelter. So not we as in the city, but our contractor was having trouble getting material on site like everybody else.
We have experienced that, yes.
And also, didn't they move an SCE vault? They had to move it and we had to wait for them. So a lot of the stuff that has pushed us back was out of our control. But we're trying to do everything we can to bring it all together.
That is correct.
Because Councilwoman Irving's going to be delivering Christmas trees with me.
I'm writing a letter to Santa tonight.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
I don't really have any questions. My questions were substantially answered in the staff report and certainly with my agenda review. So with that said, the chair is going to invite a motion to approve staff's recommendations on items 20 and 21. If anyone agrees, please feel free to say so moved.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Thank you. And the chair has none. Chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation on both items 20 and 21 as presented on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item number 22. This is the purchase of fleet vehicles and equipment for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is dealing with the need to provide even greater flexibility than what the council had previously provided in terms of being able to purchase vehicles. The last time the council had dealt with this item was in March of 2022. And we sought, and the council approved, flexibility basically to allow the city manager to purchase vehicles after, of course, the bidding process was satisfied, and basically be able to purchase vehicles much more quickly and avoid coming back to the council so long as those vehicles were identified in the budget and approved in the budget. And we were successful in that regard in actually satisfying those purchases. But this last fiscal year proved a different story in that we just had increased difficulty getting all together people to respond businesses to respond to our solicitations. And so this item is doing a couple of things. First, it's rejecting a particular bid because in one case we did get a bid. However, it was determined not the best bid for us. But then secondly, provide the city manager with greater flexibility, still authorizing purchase of vehicles within the budget, but also allowing the city manager to purchase directly from a dealership to the extent the co-ops or the bidding process aren't yielding positive results for the city. So with that, this item also rolls over the vehicles not purchased in the last fiscal year to this fiscal year. So we'll have to we'll have a lot more to purchase in this fiscal year. With that being said, the author on this item is Ms. Sophie Smith. I believe she's with us via Zoom. I'm sorry, but if Sophie Smith is not available, we do have Carmen Kuhn here, the Assistant Director of Finance, available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk.
That the Honorable City Council, SCLAA, and Victorville Water District Board of Directors reject the bid CC 23-096, purchase of new vehicles. Approve the purchase of fleet vehicles, specialty vehicles, and equipment from the vehicle equipment list for fiscal year 2022-2023 and fiscal year 2023-2024 through several procurement methods such as cooperative purchase programs, lead agency piggyback programs, and availability of suitable dealer lot inventory, and authorize the city manager, executive director, general manager to execute any and all documents necessary for such purchases.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, if this is approved tonight, this would give you the authorization to go out, and if you're driving home and you see that there's a truck we need from Victorville Motors, you can pull over and say, I want that truck, right? As long as it meets our specifications that we've set out.
It's my understanding is it's got to meet the specifications, and we have to have not been satisfied through the procurement process still. So we'll still continue to follow the code as it relates to doing the solicitations, seeking responsive bidders, but to the extent we're not getting responsive bidders and we can demonstrate that we've already gone through that process, then yes, I'll have the flexibility to go next door. If
Page 632 shows that we practically got with every single dealer up here and none of them were able to help us for whatever reason.
Yeah, that is correct. And the bigger issue is just getting them to respond and getting them to have their way of doing business conform to our purchasing process.
So a lot of the equipment purchase is a lot of, how could you say, specified equipment like a patch truck. You're not going to find a patch truck local. You might have to leave the country to go find a patch truck. This gives you the authorization. Let's start moving it through. Let's go. Let's get it ordered. Let's try to get one within a year.
It does not authorize me to leave the country and go find that patch truck, but it does give me the flexibility to purchase.
I can go to Germany. Okay. But this gets the crews working and moving and getting them the equipment they've been needing for the last 2 years.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Is the cooperative operation still in use?
The cooperative purchase process is something we still rely on, yes.
Okay. And I've looked at the list. It's quite extensive. Are there other departments that we haven't considered for vehicle purchases?
Say that again. Is there other departments?
Yeah, so looking at the list, there's an assumption that perhaps the library division may not have a need for vehicles and other departments which are not enlisted.
Are there other departments needing vehicles that are not here? It's possible.
Okay. Are the 18 vehicles being replaced by other vehicles or are they additions to the current fleet?
I'm sorry. Can you restate that?
Yeah, so for the 18 vehicles, are there an exchange one for one, or is it just an addition, or is there a variety of the replacement and addition?
There is a combination. There are cases where there's new vehicles needed. However, there are cases where these are replacing old, aged vehicles.
I didn't see that tally. Would you mind showing me? Maybe I just missed it, or is it just not available?
It's not a part of the staff report.
What requirements were considered to reject the single bid in the item?
I believe that's spelled out in the staff report.
So my next question is, were the same measurements met for the rejection bid to the compile list without any discriminatory types of measures that may be brought up by the rejected bidder?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And what efforts has the city done to engage more participation from such sources to procure and meet the needs of the city?
We've gone so far as to make direct phone calls asking vendors to bid.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I guess my only question, I mentioned this at the agenda review. The Victorville Chevrolet is starting to stock up a fleet of cabin chassis, which they never have before. So we might tug on their coat.
And that's something we will be able to look at to the extent it's cabin chassis and perhaps outsourcing the box if it's a utility box or animal control box, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
We'll be able to look at that.
Yeah, that's how I've done it with my trucks, and it's worked out pretty good because the cabin chassis and then send it out to like Selzy beds and that kind of. I know some of the stuff you can't. It's not that simple, but that's it for me.
Thank you, Member Harriman. And the chair has no questions on this item. Chair invites a motion from the Victorville City Council, SCLA Board of Directors, and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
So moved. Adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first and a second to adopt staff's recommendation. Discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you to the staff who put this together. Well done. A lot of work.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving. Thank you. And the chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. So the City Council, SCLA Board of Directors, and the Victorville Water District has taken action in accordance with the adoption set forth on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item number 23. This is the purchase of 36 firefighting personal protective equipment turnouts. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Personal protective equipment, or PPE as we commonly refer to it, is something that's relied upon in this particular case by our firefighting crew, largely when they're attending to structure fires. And turnouts is the phrase or the term used to describe basically the larger jackets, the larger pants, and those are multi-layered wears, clothing that effectively is designed to protect the firefighters both from the elements of heat, but also the carcinogenic elements that they're exposed to when fighting fires. It's our standard practice for all men and women of the fire department to be issued two sets of PPE. And so this particular item, as we're seeking the approval of 36 PPE turnouts, this effectively would be used to satisfy those uh, new hires coming on board. As you know, with this budget, we added 12 new firefighter paramedic positions. So in that particular case, all 12 of those need two sets issued. And then in addition to the new positions created as a part of the budget, we also have 6 vacancies that we're trying to fill, all through recruitments that literally were concluding or have concluded, both at the firefighter paramedic, lateral firefighter paramedic rank, and then we're also actively completing the recruitment for the firefighter EMT program. So this would actually be necessary for those new firefighters once they come on and are hired. And so with that, the item is authored by your fire chief, Mr. Rakowski, Chief Rakowski, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council approve the purchase of 36 firefighting personal protective equipment turnouts from All Star Fire Equipment, Inc. in the amount of $153,076.50.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for clarification. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, when a firefighter is issued his turnouts and his boots and everything, is it after he passes probation or no, from the start when they start training, they're issued their turnouts?
When they're actually hired, they're actually required to be issued turnouts. So in this particular case, you may have noted there's an element of time before these can be delivered. So in the meantime, as the new hires come on board and actually roll into an academy, that's typically one of their first courses of the job. In the cases where we don't have their permanent PPEs already delivered to us, we'll actually rent PPEs from a rental company that does provide those services, so that we have something to get those folks through the academy.
Okay, I just noticed right now, their boots aren't on here.
And so with that, I believe this is specifically to those two elements. Chief Rakowski, is to the boots. Do we handle that separately?
I believe that the PPE, which is the outerwear that you see firefighters wear when they're on a fire scene, it comes with firefighting boots. There are different type of boots, from the station leather boot, which is another item that's issued to them.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
So what is the longevity average of turnouts during the typical fire season?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There really isn't a typical fire season when it comes to Victorville Fire, and I think the best way to answer the question is have Chief Rakowski speak to that, because I think there's, of course, a marketed element of time that these vendors will say that they're to last. However, the nature of our workload is definitely impacting the life of our PPEs. And so, Chief, we just talked about this a little bit earlier. You want to share a little bit about what to expect, perhaps how our PPEs work and what to expect in terms of life expectancy?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of council, the lifespan of the external wear that firefighters use for fighting structure fires has a shelf life of 10 years. That means that if we were to purchase a set now and we never used it and it was brand new, kept in storage, after 10 years, we would have to exchange it out for a newer set. Now, having said that, we are coming to the conclusion that in the environment that is Victorville, we are fortunate to get about 4 years out of our external firefighting gear for the firefighters. That's because of the frequency and intensity of the wear and tear that they suffer from just responding to structure fires. And additionally, there are extensive decontamination processes that we have to use specialized washing machines called extractors that every time you wash the fabric, fabric breaks down. And also, when we dry them, being exposed to UV rays from the sun, so we don't dry the turnout coats and pants in the sun. We put them in the shade or hang them somewhere where they're not directly exposed to UV rays, because that also leads to breakdown of the external fabric, thus breaking the shell effect, let's say the encapsulating effect of the multi-layered gear that the firefighters wear. So to summarize it, we can expect 4 years of wear, of use out of turnout gear.
Thank you. And for the purchase of the turnout, are they a part of covering for the scope of their job, or is there some type of reimbursement for the PPE? How does that work?
The city is responsible for providing the firefighters with the PPE, so we actually pay for it.
And these PPEs, do they become the property of the user for the term of their occupation, whether it's in good shape or not, or it doesn't matter if it depreciates? So I'm trying to understand. I think about mechanics and I think about cores. So I don't know if you understand that concept, but that's where my question leads to. When a PPE is utilized, the person becomes the embodiment of it, and they get to utilize it as they wish. They don't have to be extra careful or none of that, because they know that if there's a replacement, it's going to be replaced. They don't have to like take care of it. They're just going to go do their job without thinking about this gear.
So as to the question involving ownership, I think is what you were asking. The PPE is bought by the city. It's effectively city property, but I think the important thing to note is even though the city is purchasing them, they're all fit. They're all fit to the individual. So there's more of a custom individual utility in the actual PPE. So as far as the latter part of that, if I was understanding correctly, the care of the equipment, it is the responsibility of the firefighters to make sure there is proper care. I mean, it is actually a life-saving measure type of equipment potentially, and so they have a vested interest in making sure that equipment is taken care of to the best they can.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman. Thank you, Member Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none and invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt staff recommendations regarding this item.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, you have the second. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
I only want to say that I'm glad we'll soon be onboarding new firefighters, and we definitely want them to have the equipment that they need to take care of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Just simply, I appreciate all the detail that goes into exploring and letting me understand. A lot of times these decisions can be as easy as details, but sometimes they could be as difficult as managing some priorities. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
None, thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman. Yes. Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So the council has approved the purchase of those PPEs in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving now on to item number 24. This is the Victorville Strategic Plan 2023 through 2026. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is placed on the agenda as a result of an effort taken that started earlier this year, where we've taken employee feedback, stakeholder feedback, and even council member feedback, really to help shape the strategy for this city over the course of the next 3 years, a period of 2023 through 2026. This strategic plan proved to be useful over the last 3 years, and we're nearing the end of the 3-year term of the current strategic planning program, which actually yielded great success and actually helped us stay on track with respect to our goals and objectives. So with that, this item is brought back, resulting from our meetings jointly with the council and workshop setting, and basically to reevaluate and establish our mission, vision, values, which this sets forth, along with our goals and the respective strategies that are believed needed to be accomplished to achieve those goals. So with that, this item is brought forward by myself as the author on this item. I certainly appreciate the opportunity of had worked with you on this, and I will share with you that from my perspective and from staff's perspective, it's hugely important to us to have a tool like this because it gives us a clear sense of what we need to do to help achieve your goals.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That your Honorable City Council adopts the City of Victorville Strategic Plan 2023 through 2026.
Thank you. All right, questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Gomez.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman. Thank you. Member Irving.
No questions?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you. The chair has none and invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt staff recommendations for item 24.
Thank you.
Second.
And we have a second. All right. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
I don't have any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman. Thank you. Member Gomez.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just thank you to Mr. Metzler and his staff for all the work that went into this, and look forward to going through it.
Thank you. And I echo that sentiment as well. And thank you, Mr. Metzler. That was an exceptional introduction to this item. It spoke very clearly to all of the work that went into it and how well we were able to get accomplished what we needed to do during that workshop. It was very collaborative. So thank you. All right. With that said, the chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has adopted its strategic plan for 2023 through 2026. We're now going to move on to item number 25. This is consideration of possible adjustments to employment agreement for the city manager related to salary. And so we're going to move straight to the recommendation on this. Madam Clerk.
At the City Council meeting of July 18th, 2023, the City Council reviewed the terms of a city manager agreement with Keith C. Metzler. As a result of that review, the City Council asked to agendize a discussion of possible salary adjustments for the city manager, and any action is at the discretion of the City Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So in taking up this item to consider a salary adjustment for our city manager, Keith Metzler, please be aware that Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that an oral report summarizing any proposed action to be taken regarding executive salaries, salary schedules, or compensation must be made at the meeting where final action is taken. In addition, and this is very important, we must honor our solemn obligation to comport ourselves to confidentiality laws and the privacy rights that Mr. Metzler has as our employee. So as a means to start off our discussion, I wish to propose for the council's consideration an annual salary for Mr. Metzler of $327,877, which I believe is appropriate for several reasons. Number one, it represents a 5% increase, which is what other Victorville employees have received this cycle for high standards of performance. And number two, it is all but spot on with the annual median salary for city managers in our region for similarly sized cities and or cities with similar demands and service delivery. That median is $326,496. So I would ask the council for its support in my making this a formal motion, but before I do, are there any questions directly related to the information I just presented?
Yeah, I have questions.
Member Gomez.
So I think you provided two factors to the rationale of the increase of a 5%. If I heard them correctly, one, it was because it's par to other cities. I don't know which cities. And then there was because he merits it for his job. If you don't mind clarifying that.
I don't at all, but and maybe I should have spoken a little more precisely on this. So just in terms of the numbers that I offered, because I do intend to make a motion, I just wanted to give you a fair shot if you had any questions as to the actual numbers. If you don't, the question that you ask could certainly be
I
asked.
do. I mean, if this is the moment to ask questions.
Well, the moment will be when I make, is when the motion is made. I just want to make sure that before I do that, I want to give you an opportunity to ask any questions about the numbers that I offered.
Well, I thought I kind of was asking.
Okay.
But I guess I inadvertently did.
Okay, so I think I get what you're saying, but if anybody else doesn't have anything, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion and we'll just deal with it that way. Looks like we have consensus. So with that said, I move that we increase Mr. Metzler's annual salary to $327,877 to be effective from immediately once it's adopted.
Okay.
And I have a substitute motion.
All right, we have a first and a second on the main motion. We have a substitute motion. Member Gomez, what is
my motion is just to continue to keep his salary at it as it has been, based on the contract that we've already gave him.
Thank you. The contract does permit for salary increases, but so your desire is to keep his base salary as it is. Yes. All right. Is there a second? Hearing no second, that motion dies. We're now back at the main motion. We have a first and a second on it. And
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
Your motion also include entering into the amendment number 2 to the contract to reflect the salary change.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would your motion include entering into amendment number 2 to his contract to reflect?
My apologies. Yes, of course. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. DeBortnowski. So is the second on that motion, is the addition that Mr. DeBortnowski suggested acceptable?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, so we have a first and a second. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Harriman. Thank you. And Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to offer this oral report, having had a first and second, and we have no discussion on it. So before I take the vote, in compliance with Government Code Section 54953C3, the motion on the table considers and we're about to vote on, considers the following. Mr. Metzler's current annual salary is $312,264. If we pass what amounts to a 5% increase, which is what other Victorville employees have received this cycle for high standards of performance, his annual salary would come to $327,877. This is an indication of his high standard of performance and is commensurate with the salaries of city managers in our region for similarly sized cities and or cities with similar demands and service delivery. With that, Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman? Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has just effectively increased Mr. Metzler's salary to $327,877. There will be an amendment number 2 to his contract. All right, moving on now to item number 26. And by the way, I have to say, Mr. Metzler, this, and I hope I can say this, stop me, Mr. DeBortnowski, as I can. Mr. Metzler was not interested in a salary increase. The council wanted to bring this forward. And Mr. Metzler, that is a result of your high standard of performance and the confidence this council has in you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. All right, now we would like to have your reports, Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. On the animal control side, August is Clear the Shelter Month. It's an opportunity to visit the shelter to find a pet you can provide a forever home. We're our animal adoption center at the animal control office is open to the public from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then 7 in the morning to 3 p.m. on Fridays, then 8 o'clock in the morning to 11 on Saturdays. Right next door to our police station. Currently, we have 66 dogs, 4 cats, and we have 1 pig. This week, 3 dogs and 1 cat were adopted, and 5 animals were picked up by animal rescues. So, making some good progress there, especially considering the circumstances that we were dealt with this last April. On the engineering side of the house, Bear Valley Road Bridge at BNSF Railroad project, the construction activity will be continuing into September. The remaining work involves standing traffic signal poles on the north side of the road, completing concrete curbs and sidewalk, paving and pavement striping. So there will be intermittent lane closures as the work continues. And then finally, it's important for me to recognize somebody that I've worked with for a long time. We've worked with for a long time. Tonight is Mr. Gangler's last city council meeting with us as a city engineer, as he is scheduled to retire and begin the good life. So I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize him and maybe share just a little bit about Mr. Gangler. As you know, he's a registered civil engineer, but not all civil engineers are registered traffic engineers, which has proven hugely valuable for us to have both of those certifications. He served Victorville for the past 21 years, the last 11 years as our city engineer. Prior to that, he was our traffic engineer, and then he was our assistant city engineer. Prior to Victorville, he brought a tremendous amount of experience working for the cities of Hermosa Beach, Loma Linda, and Big Bear Lake. He's going to retire with a total of 34 years providing service to the public. Thank you. And I'm not done. Mr. Gangler has managed multiple major infrastructure projects in his tenure, including but not limited to Nisqually Road reconstruction. Hugely instrumental in that project, the La Mesa Nisqually Road interchange project at I-15. Most recently, the Green Tree extension and the Bear Valley Road Bridge widening over the BNSF tracks. The Green Tree extension was his favorite project, given the complexity and how well it turned out. And I have to agree, that was an amazing accomplishment. And there were times where there was limited amount of support here locally for that project. So you were able to overcome a lot to get that project moving forward. Just on the city engineer position in of itself, we do have a recruitment underway to find our next city engineer. But as you know, Mr. Gangler is going to be leaving us some big shoes to fill. Mr. Freddie Bonilla, who you've met, is our assistant city engineer. He will assume other responsibilities for the engineering operations and projects until the permanent appointment is made. So he'll be the interim city engineer. I personally want to thank Brian. I have a close connection to engineering. I feel like over the course of my career, I've learned the most from engineers, particularly Brian. We've had some fun times over the years. He's soft-spoken, but when he does speak, you listen because his words are actually very, very meaningful. I've enjoyed working with you personally, even back when you were assistant city engineer. We were a little bit younger coming up because we worked amazingly well together. But I also know you worked amazingly well with this team. We've had our kids go to school together, so we've got to know each other on a personal level. I'm going to miss you, and so congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Item number 27, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Member Gomez.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman. Thank you, Member Irving. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has none. All right, so our last item is number 28, reports from council member. And this item is normally very uh, restrictive in the sense that we're supposed to give reports on our committees and the work that we do for the city outside and various conferences and so forth. But I would like to take the opportunity to open this up, and if anyone wants to spend time in honoring Mr. Gangler at this time, that would most certainly be welcome as well. So I will begin with Member Gomez.
So my work in the community is, I would say, 100-fold. When I'm doing my duties as a council member, even though I may be outside of the city, what I do is I represent humanity at a core. So I've had the opportunity to be in Orange County, LA County, San Jose, Mendocino County. So I got a lot done, and I'm getting to meet a variety of human beings with a lot of the similar problems that we fight off in this very city. So I'm very appreciative to be working with the young crowd and being a support in various networks that sometimes I'm able to post on my media, but I continue to do the work and I expand myself so I can be a resource to anyone that can value the resource that I have. That's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have nothing other than congratulations, Brian. I've only got to work with you, we'll call it, just for a couple of years, but it was nice, and you're definitely a smart guy. I guess I'll just put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Well, I've already expressed my sentiments, but again, I'd like to add best wishes and congratulations. And I'm gonna miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Gangler, when no one else would listen to me, you did. Thank you very much. You did the city proud. Good luck. Have fun. Sometimes it's not all what it's out to be, a retirement, because you miss this place a lot for what you put into it. And the place is going to miss you. Thank you very much. Have fun and good luck.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have attended a lot of meetings in this last month and done a lot of things, but I'm going to defer a report on that until our next meeting because I really want to use my time wisely, and that is Mr. Gangler. I do appreciate you so much, and I'm so thankful for having had the opportunity to work with you. I remember sitting in the audience in 2017 and 2018, and maybe even, actually a good part of 2016. And I remember really paying attention to you every time you spoke because I learned so much through you, and you really helped prepare me for my role sitting in this seat. You are a man that I perceive to have the patience of a saint. And that's no small things these days with everything that we see on TV. You are highly skilled, highly respected. I've enjoyed working with you and have always felt very good knowing that every bit of information I received from you, I knew I could count on it 100%. You are a stellar individual. I wish you much happiness. Now, so you know when you retire, you're going to be far more busy than you ever were. That's just the way it goes. I appreciate you. I am most certainly going to miss you and wish you well. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to adjourn this meeting in honor of Brian Gangler. This meeting is adjourned.